Okay, what in the Sam Hill is going on here? How were you able to talk, Smitty, before I went live and actually started broadcasting? What in the world's going on? Okay. Welcome, friends. Sorry I'm a bit stuffed up. Major allergens, along with the red flag bad weather, the hot winds. Shut up, phone. It's just sorry. So I got the allergens. I got the sinus problems, but I'll power through here. I just got home. Spent most of the day on the road. It's been a long, hot, exhausting day, and looks like fires broke out. So I was able to monitor them a little bit throughout the day in between drives. And what's going on at the rabbit fire I knew about, and less concerned about. The one that happened in southern Oregon at Gold Beach is quite concerning. Not that one's more frightening than the other for the people involved, but it's all about tomorrow's forecast. The rabbit fire down there is more in a hilly terrain, and you got mountains and a former burn scar. And I'm familiar with the Gold Beach area, so there's a lot of gorse, is what my friend was talking about, which I took to mean the oily bushes such as Scotch broom that are involved. It's down by Brookings and Gold Beach and Bandon. It's called the banana belt of southwestern Oregon coast because there's this constant stream of tropical weather that comes in from Hawaii, so you can just about grow palm trees down there. It's used to having a lot of wind and pretty nice lush weather. It's kind of a little unique spot in the United States. Excuse me. I should just show you on CalTopo, so you can see Hawaii there, and just in this direction is even throughout the winter months, just a sort of a warm band of usually wet air. But when you get some dry summer months, some of the most catastrophic fires of Oregon have occurred in this region in southwest coastal areas. So you can see going off the charts there, the Modus and Veers for the hot spots. It's in the Illinois River, which people are like, the Illinois River. Yeah, there is one, and the reason it's called Gold Beach, by the way, is there's really gold there. So there was an actual miniature gold rush. This part of the Coast Range is completely different than the rest. It's one of the few places on Oregon's coast that has gold. The area west of Portland is completely cold and dead and has no hot springs, and it doesn't have any gold. So this is like a unique little spot. So is anybody out there to hear me? I've got 8 viewers. Can anybody in chat let me know whether or not we're broadcasting okay? I'm sorry, I've got a bit of a headache and just saw too much bright light today, so I'm going to kind of sit in the dark. I'll turn off the webcam if people don't like that. But Nikola Tesla actually invented a machine, and it's on the beach at Gold Beach in a ghost town called Randolph, and I've got pictures of me standing on top of it I'll share later. But Gold Beach is called that because there is a lot of gold in the beach sand, but nobody's ever found a way to make it profitable, not even Nikola Tesla. So his big giant machine that got placed on the beach is still there in pieces, and I read out of it. I'm coming in 5x5. Thanks Christopher. Thanks for being here. I got a picture of me standing on some of the remains, and I couldn't believe it. You know, it's like here I'm reading in this book about stuff from Tesla's era, and then I go and find the remains of the machine on the beach. It was kind of surreal. So once everybody figured out that even in the modern era you still can't get gold out of sand and make that profitable, it's just too much labor and too much cost to sift it. That's when the economy of the area collapsed, and now it's a sleepy, touristy, kind of an affair on Highway 101, which is a lovely spot for deep sea fishing and stuff. So, but you've got some pretty rugged terrain just east of it. Now, everybody in this area knows about the Great Fire that just about burned down Bandon. So Brookings is just right over the border. Where's Bandon? Sorry, I haven't been in this area for a bit. Bandon. I think it was Bandon that burned down, not Brookings, but it's Port Orford. Right. Hang on, let me just look at Bandon. I don't want to be talking out of my beep here. Bandon. Oh, that's up a little bit further to the north. I think it was Bandon that had the Great Fire. It's very rare for a coastal town to burn down, but sometimes they do. I'll verify this in a second. Loud and clear. Thanks, Brad P. Yes, we got 8 to 10 people coming in and out here. Yeah, Galactic Jack, hey, welcome. There's a fire near Estacada. Yeah, I saw that too. So I've just, thanks, Wildcat. I've just gotten in and I just sort of glanced at watch duty and stuff. Right now, I've been checking Facebook for updates on what's going on down there at the Flat Fire is what they're calling the one down by Gold Beach. And so we've got 2 different Facebook pages. I believe it was Curry County. I put the links in the description. Curry County Justice, which seems to be kind of like a conglomerate page for, say, the Sheriff's Office and other things. Sheriff's Office usually determines evacuations. We've also got the U.S. Forest Service here, and that's where the the thumbnail for the video comes from. So 1 hour ago, it says news released, campfire restrictions, stage 2, effective on the wild portion of the lower Rogue River. Beginning tomorrow. Well, you know what? Maybe they should have started that a couple days ago. As the weather continues to trend towards warming and drying, officials with the BLM, Medford District, Rogue River-Siskiyou National Forest, and Oregon Department of Forestry, blah, 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 are prohibiting campfire use on these lands located within the boundaries. Yeah. I think this should have been called days ago, but okay. I mean, the people who are camping there right now and don't have cell phone signal, they're not getting this info now, but okay. So the wild section flows from Grave Creek to the mouth of Watson Creek on the Rogue River. So the Rogue River is really rugged, like super rugged. It's whitewater rafting stuff. If you've ever watched what was Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I almost said Billy the Kid, but Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, they jump off the cliff into the Rogue River. The stunt doubles do, at least. So this is going to hurt the local economy pretty hard. There's Rogue River whitewater rafting and boat tours and such. But I'm worried that the people who are already deep in there in the wilderness, they're not going to see any of the campfire and fire ban stuff. So 4 hours ago, they had a news release. Let me enlarge this window for myself. I have to redo it for you guys. Anytime I do this and the window gets weird, please tell me to put it back, like to fit the window correctly. And I really appreciate it because I still don't have my good monitor set up. So Galactic Jack says it's super close to the former huge fires. Yeah, the Riverside fire, which has nothing to do with Riverside County, has to do with Estacada, Oregon. That was a 2020 fire and just about wiped out Estacada. It was completely evacuated, and they made a last stand there to try to stop the fire. And the firefighters did an excellent job in 2020. So there's a lot of dead vegetation over there by Estacada, which makes me really concerned about that too. But let me look at watch duty real quick and check on Estacada. We're going to go back to looking at this big. Well, you can see for yourself the big happening at Gold Beach area. It's not on the beach. It's not like right on it. It's up in where the mountains descend down to the beach, but the closest community is Gold Beach, and that's where the evacuation area is right now at the high school. It's really not a huge place. So let me check on the one near Estacada. They're calling that the 224 fire. So this is watch duty. Yeah, Clackamas County. Okay, we have a rabbit fire going on in Riverside County, California, but the current 224 fire is burning in the Riverside fire scar, which has nothing to do with California. It's up in Clackamas County, Oregon, just east of Portland. And that's why I've always hated them calling it the Riverside fire. I had a whole bunch of people from California come in and accuse me of clickbait and stuff in 2020, and I'm like, no, that's what it's called. It's stupid that they name it this, but yeah, I'm not in control of what it's called. So 2 hours ago, Michael Sylvester on watch duty had a 9 p.m. update. Well, it's closer to 3 hours ago. Who knows why my app just says 2 hours ago. It says there's a level 1 be ready evacuation notice for the Clackamas River RV Park, Promontory Park Campgrounds, southeast Michaels Road, southeast Fall Creek Road, south of Divers, and Tumala Mountain Road, if I'm saying that right. And we actually have an evacuation map link, which I shall put in the description in a second. Updates around 11 o'clock was posted around 11 o'clock, but it was a 10:30 p.m. update from ODF North Cascade, Oregon Department of Forestry. Fire is approximately 30 acres, burning in repod and slash. I know what slash is. What the heck's repod? I guess replanted forest? Crews will continue to work that fire overnight. So we'll try to figure out if we can get a listen on any of these later with Broadcastify. I'm not sure we'll have anything coming out of Estacada. We're probably going to get more lucky with Riverside County, California with the rabbit fire, but we're going to see. Excuse me. Put timestamps on chat so I know when you guys were responding to me. I went live 12 minutes ago. So, yeah, just started. But yeah, Galactic Jack, that does concern me because of so many dead trees on the landscape. And anything going down the wind tunnel down by Estacada, remember that Riverside, Oregon fire that was going down the Clackamas County River, Clackamas River Canyon? We saw long-range spotting that we measured with CalTopo around 15 miles. So, I mean, that was 2020's crazy drought and crazy wind event. But it just goes to show you how much of a wind tunnel the Clackamas River area can be due to the, high cut, basalt cliffs. Driving it, it's really impressive. You just look around and look at these huge basalt cliffs on either side of you going, wow, how did nature carve this? It's impressive like the Columbia River Gorges, maybe we'll take a trip down. Excuse me, God, I'm so congested. Maybe we'll take a trip down Google Maps Lane to see if the Google car ever drove down it, and I'll show you guys. Hey Shaz, how you doing? Yeah, I just got in from a long day on the road, and fires broke out today in a big red flag event. Now I'm on the fence about something, guys. I'm supposed to go flying with Sea Probe tomorrow. I think sometime early in the morning, so I can either stay up late and cover the fires, or I can do what we planned tomorrow, which was take a test flight somewhere towards the beach. He hasn't tried out the different aircraft in his flying club, kind of like a timeshare for planes. And if we did go towards the beach, I think looking at his aeronautical charts that he sent me, I think he wants to go to the Coos Bay area. Let me see. How you doing, Shaz? How's your health and stuff? Let's see. He's got some aeronautical charts for North Bend. Oh, wow. And all the way north to Friday Harbor, which is by Seattle. So this is, I guess, an alternative if North Bend has bad weather. See, I don't know that I want to go flying. I get seasick, flying really, really easily. And so I'll just be drugged up on Dramamine tomorrow and barely functional, plus on the road. Like today, I realized I really need a good laptop, guys. So that'll be what most of the stream donations can go to, so I can actually just drop what I'm doing, whip out the laptop, and go live. Because right now I'm afraid to even leave the house during a red flag situation. Like, am I not going to be able to cover everything well? I mean, yes, you could technically go live from like a cell phone, but I can't show you charts and I can't link stuff. You know, you just can't do that on a cell phone. Okay, I'm praying for you, Shaz. I hope your medical test goes well. So, once again, it's an internet begging session. I'll keep this really short, but there's a PayPal link in the About section of my channel, and any super chat or super thanks later is super appreciated right now. I've basically come to the conclusion I can't work like a regular day job, so I can just drop stuff and get to the fires. But today I saw red flag. I didn't know if it was going to be red flag and no big fires, just like 4th of July was. I mean, it was kind of miraculously uneventful. So I rolled the dice and thought, you know, I've got commitments to family and I gotta, you know, help my mom and such. And I went out and I wasn't there. So I think the good solution is get a good laptop. It's gonna cost about $3,000, but I should be able to do everything that I do here and not disappoint you guys, you know? So I can't just cancel all plans every red flag day because that might dominate this summer. You know, I'll never leave the house. Not that I ever do during fires. I mean, 2020 I streamed for 96 days in a row. So it's just time to take my Tylenol here and sip my organic blueberry lavender kombucha crap. But my God, it's gonna help my stomach, they say. Hey, Lunar Sparkles, how you doing? So, are you going live a bit later, Shaz? If you guys ever want to feel distracted and you're, say, evacuated or worried about fires, go to Shaz73's channel, and she just does nature walks and really cool stuff, like finding fossils and, you know, cool, and going to see Hadrian's Wall. She's in England. It's awesome. Okay, back to the fire information. So this is what fire crews are dealing with, the rugged steep terrain in a pretty dried out, unusually dried out southern Oregon coast range. There's almost no roads and stuff out here. Like, you got a couple of highways that reach the coast from inland, and that's a gigantic problem. The fact that this was never developed and never ever settled, really. I mean, a bunch of gold miners in the early 20th century gold rush thing kind of went around here, and maybe some late 1800s gold rush. When Southern Oregon had a gold rush, people are shocked to hear that, but it did briefly. Other than that, do you see any roads? Like, some of these canyons are too steep to have any roads, or like there's like one. See what I'm saying? Like one. We could put on the Forest Service map. And see, let's go to a relief. You need boots on the ground to really get a handle on fire. It's the ground crews. The aircraft turns the tide and buys them the time they need, but the ground crews win the war once the air has an air power has enabled it. So if there's not enough roads to access the fire, or if they're not maintained, I mean, a lot of these look really good, but when you go to drive them yourself, you realize that half these roads on these old topo maps don't really exist. They fade away into nothing, and you go, oh my God, what was my Garmin telling me to do? The haphazard maintenance of our national forests, and the fact nobody else, they just reprint these maps year after year, but some of these may not have been maintained since well, they led to ancient abandoned mines and ghost towns. So they no longer put fire crews in death traps. After we lost a couple of teams, like 12, 20 people at a time, when we parachuted in hot shots and stuff, we realized there has to be an exit. So firefighters will never go where there's no exit, a couple different ways out, or a shelter-in-place option. So what I'm really, really concerned about is this just might burn without this section, this area here may burn without any way to put it out. And they may just have to go to areas that have roads and wait till the fire gets there to try to stop it, contain it at that point. Roadless wilderness sounds great on paper, but it's actually a disaster for the environment. You need fire access roads, otherwise you lose the environment. It's that simple. And so, we see a trail here, some random little Silver Peak trail. Not anything. Look. There's nothing. So, not all of Oregon has ever really been settled. That's another thing that surprises people. But being a ghost townologist, person who studies settlement and abandonment, it even shocked me when I found that out. But much of Oregon was, they're still finding new waterfalls in Oregon and putting them on maps. So you can do that too. Like it's crazy to think some places aren't mapped, but that's the way it is. So yeah, like here, Breach site, the Freach cabin site or something. I was thinking that might be an old town, but somebody's cabin. So it looks ominous. This is one of those. This will probably get big. Let's look at the forecast. And I don't want it to. I hope Agnes can be saved. It's a small enough little community that I think got a good chance. Smaller communities that are down between mountaintops, those sometimes they can just sort of wet everything and get prepared and let the fire go past. If so, the fact that this is in a river canyon, wind just has to change direction and it'll head right for it. So this is why I'm super concerned. Let me look back at chat. Okay, so Lunar Sparkles 1 says we have 0 fire hydrants here in our canyon. Where are you at, Lunar? I'm sorry, I missed some chat here. Yeah. Wildcat says you still need network signal with your laptop. Well, I do. I am paying through the nose, but I've got the Magenta Max plan, so I'm not ever going to be throttled. And in the middle of nowhere, including where Greenville used to be, I've gotten some insane speeds. Like whenever 5G stuff is available, it's pretty dang incredible. Now, if I'm going to track wildfires, I'm not going to go to where I don't have signal. So, but I'm not a fire chaser. I don't like fire. I don't want to be near it. I don't want to see it. I don't particularly want to smell it. I don't want to be near it. I'm here because I hate it. It's not my job. Like, I'm volunteering here because nobody else is. Like, the government's not, and the media is not giving people the information they need to know. I don't want to have anything to do with it. So it's not like I'm going to go, ooh, a fire, let's go run after it and take pictures and stuff. Yeah, other people have that kind of a thrill-seeking job, and I do not. I do not. I prefer to cover the fires from civilization in my living room. I only desire to go out and look at them when I'm blind like you are. When we don't have enough information, and I'm like, oh my God, we need to see this to understand what's going on. So let me go back up to what the hell is a wildfire drift thing? Whatever, mate. You're in Sonoma County. Oh yeah, Guerneville. Am I saying it right? Guerneville? Yeah. Blue Sparkles says the cute gas ODSL. I'm praying for you. Lunar Sparkle says PG and E keep cutting the electricity for safety reasons. Good, because when they don't, people die. Remember the night that the Zog fire broke out during my live stream and we had Santa Ana type, Diablo type winds? And it was summertime, so it was just reminiscent, right? High winds, red flag, and I was like, please, PG&E, cut the power, cut the power. They even promised their court-appointed, their probation judge, because PG&E was a felon. They promised the state and the judges that they'd stop killing people by keeping the power on when there's high windstorms. When their lines are surging like crazy, and well, they didn't, and so the Zog fire broke out same time the glass fire was already threatening Santa Rosa and Calistoga and all those areas down there. And then people died that night, and lots of animals, and so people are generally not angry at PG&E when they cut power for safety. It's because they've been neglecting their lines for like their maintenance for like 30, 40 years. So their lines are way more rickety than, say, other states. And they've got a lot of catch-up to do to make those safe. It's not going to happen overnight, so they have to just shut the power off when there's high winds and such going on. So, yeah, Smitty says for once PG&E has been shamed into doing the right thing. Actually, it's more to do with a court mandate, but I don't care who's making the decision. As long as they make good decisions, we got to pat them on the head and say they're doing right. Even when we don't like somebody, it's good to pat them on the head and praise them when they actually do something right. It's a blind hatred thing if you say, just you're doing something right because I don't like you. It's not right, Got to be mature. So, okay, Shaz says, if you guys are talking amongst yourselves, which fire do you guys have questions about, and which one do you want me to check out first? Wildcat says we might have rain this Wednesday. I hope. But let's look at the weather. It's pretty dang ominous, and I want to see which way the wind is blowing right now. And then we'll try to find Broadcastify. I think it's probably a snowball's chance that somebody can hear fire ops going on in the middle of nowhere down here by Agnes. I think I've rolled through that town once or twice. I'm gonna put on Google Maps. Let me add it off screen here because I'm trying to remember if I went to that town. So let me look on here. All right, so Agnes, Oregon. Okay. And hang on, guys. I gotta fix something. The VPN's blipping. Let me reset it real quick. So it'll be like a quick interruption. It'll say buffering, but it'll come back. Okay, so where's my map? Put that. Aha. Sorry. Can you hear the wind in the background? I think I have that up too loud. Okay. Alright, so I do believe when I was ghost towning, which is exploring towns that used to exist, because we were staying at Gold Beach and the Pistol River area, and we just drove around a couple of different times in summer. I think we were like trying to find the remains of gold mining towns, and I think we may have gone right through Agnes, but if I put the little there, this will give us an idea of terrain and vegetation. Wow, when the heck was the Google car here? July 2009. Yeah. This isn't current then. Look how bad and blurry stuff was in 2009. It's probably because it was hard to get media that big to even save all these photos the Google cart was taking, like filling up the phone and the flash drive sticks. Remember those old sticks for cameras? So I can't even read that. Something like lodge, restaurant, and store. But scrubby, somewhat dry. There's some deciduous, lots of piney stuff, lots of fir trees. Yeah, that's I don't know that I. Let's see if the Google car never went to the post office area. Did I stop at the museum? I probably would have. But like this is it. Agnes, welcome. Population small. That's hilarious. I don't think I've been here. But that's cute. Exhibits. Oh, wow. Oh, Indian artifacts. Oh, God. I hope they save this place. I mean, especially so, stuff like Indian basket weaving, you can't get back. The stone tools will survive, but not the baskets. This, um, especially worrisome. Okay, so let's get an idea of terrain and bridges and such. Yeah, wind tunnel-esque territory. I may have gone over this bridge. Maybe we just didn't stop, or one of those things where I couldn't convince people to stop. But it has a museum. Yeah. Is that a landing strip? Is that an airfield? We've already been to 10 museums on this trip, Catherine. I'm not stopping at another one. What's going on? Hang on. Oh, for God's sake, Google. What have you done? Okay. Alright. You guys can still hear me and everything? It logged me out of YouTube Studio while I was streaming. Okay, Lunar Sparkle says like 3 days ago, Ben came around to trim the lines, but none of that made sense. 3 days ago? Like in the peak of summer? Oh dear. Okay, we're good? Okay, good. And Lunar Sparkle says I yelled at them and asked if they had spark arresters on their chainsaws. Excuse me. Why don't you want to hear about Canada? Who doesn't want to hear about Canada? I'm not. Did somebody say something? Okay. Lunar Sparkle says they fly the helicopters every morning afterward. Oh, we have fire lookout towers, right? Well, that's cool. There's still some around here. They turned some into bed and breakfast, which is a totally awesome idea. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if that is an actual landing strip. Let's go to our satellite. We'll check on the rabbit fire. There's some video that we can share and I can show you. I put it in the link of the description of the video. 564 Fire, that channel. I think he is an active firefighter, or I didn't really look at it too hard. Either that or a fire chaser, like one of the media types. And he was explaining the rabbit fire as it happened and streamed it live. So he said that, link love and you can show it on your stream at the same time. So I take it to mean that I can show clips of that and link it. And you guys should definitely go and visit his channel because there's nothing quite like seeing a video. That is a landing strip, isn't it? No. Is it a former landing strip or a former airport? Because is there a road right through it? Or is this for crop dusting? I'm really confused. This is the kind of thing that looks like a makeshift airport, or like a former airport. It's right next to the post office. It even looks like it has taxiways and stuff. Anybody from this area know what this is? I imagine everybody here is evacuated. Let's take a look exactly where the evacuation is at. Let me go back down here to this flat fire. Curry County evacuation shelter is at Gold Beach High School. Yeah, we know about that, but where it says evacuation notes, but it doesn't say at the top. Let's just watch this video. There's a Curry County Facebook video where they had an update. So this is the Forest Service one. Here's Curry County Justice, uploaded about 3 hours ago, the ominous clouds. And my friend said that Gold Beach has a lot of gorse, and I know it does. The stuff like the out-of-control Scotch broom, the fire-promoting weed, and oily bushes, but this is up deep. This is up in the forest. This is up in the, starting to get to the rugged mountains and canyon type country. So where is the update? Oh, thank God. Missing person came back. Where's the update from the posted by Brad Alcorn, Curry County Commissioner? Let me try to find out where this is because I've got it on. I guess we should go watch it from Watch Duty, or is there a link? Let's see here. Come on out. I'm on the right fire, right? The flat fire. Yeah, it's an extreme fire behavior. So wait, come on, refresh. Where's the video? There. There.
So yeah, GD, this is my 7th month in office, and
Okay, stop. Okay, I'm trying to set it up so we watch it on Facebook. And people have told me, thank you for watching the stuff on Facebook. I don't want to have a Facebook account, and that's just one of the reasons I'm really critical about Facebook. You know, like evacuation and fire information. You should never put that behind a login wall. People should just be able to look at it and not worry about being tracked and all this crap. So let me full screen and resize. Okay, let's watch this. It's 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes long. Okay, before we commit to 20 minutes, let me look back at the chat, set it up so I can still see chat watching this. This is an update on the flat fire, which is going on by somewhat near the coast by Gulf Beach, but it's actually right up against Agnes up in the hills. Katie Horton, hi, welcome, says the 224 fires 30 acres now. Level 1 evac has been issued as a precaution. Yeah, get ready around the Estacada area. Thanks. What are you guys talking about? Baby animals that you want? We have 17 baby raccoons. Oh my goodness. Oh, living in the trees. I was gonna say, like, did you adopt a cat? And did somebody adopt a cat without their eyeglasses on? Have you seen those videos where the old lady goes, here, kitty, 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 and the raccoons walk in the kitchen? Okay. Yeah, Smitty, it does look like an old airfield. So, okay, let's watch this 20-something minute video. Alec Weiss says there's a lightning start in Colusa County. Okay, thank you for that info. Let me take a look. Is it on watch duty yet? The Ladaga fire? Is that 1 hour ago? Like now, there's lightning in California. Cheryl says it must be. What's going on, Cheryl? Must be very convenient to have up-to-date news instant at your fingertips. So, what would you recommend, Smitty or Catherine? I'm lost. I don't know what. I whatever jokey stuff is happening, I'm not privy to it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hi. Hey, photos. How you doing? I'm hoping that Washington's okay right now. We're about to watch this thing about the very, very concerning um, uh, this was on Facebook. This is Commissioner of Curry County. Um, by the way, is that the Ladoga fire? And is there lightning going on in California right now? I haven't heard of any lightning type stuff. So, well, that makes me want to look right now, like on Windy. Like, what is? God, get out of full screen view. Let me check Windy real quick. Oh, whatever. Okay. Show me lightning. I don't see anything like that. Didn't think that that was in the forecast. I thought it was pretty clear skies right now. A lightning fire near Colusa County? Like, is Colusa County near Colusa? Like here? Like by Maxwell and Williams? Like, is that Colusa County by Sutter County? I just know they've had a heat wave. I don't think it's been. I don't think that there's been like a storm with lightning, or was it days ago? There were a couple of dozen or so lightning strikes earlier, like earlier today, Alec. Okay. Okay, so let's sorry, I gotta reposition the size, redo everything because we were about to watch a video. Transform, fit the screen. Okay. So, all right. Well, thank you for that info. I was completely unaware of that. Right now, the come on, put the flag somewhere nearby. What kind of wind we got? 7 miles an hour, Colusa County. Almost a dead calm. Wind gusts below 15 miles an hour, except maybe in the morning they'll be 18-ish, 23-ish, and 104 as a high. No, that's after it cools off. It's 112 as a high. Oh God, hold on to your butts. At least it's not like high winds and higher wind gusts. That's the only thing I can say. But fire can still spread pretty dang rapidly without too much of that, especially in hilly country. Now, before we watch that video, what is the general Gold Beach Cave Junction type area here? Rogue River. Agnes is at that spot right there. So right about where the fire is right now, was it just after midnight? So why is it at 3 p.m.? This is what I can't stand. Go to right now. I don't care about tomorrow. What is your problem? Okay, Monday. Hey, Debash, how are you? Oh, they're expecting a chance of thunderstorms in the San Francisco Bay Area in the next 1 to 3 hours. Thank you. So 2 a.m. ish. I just tell me what it is right now. It's not 2 a.m. So tell me what the temperature is right now. You see this? What is wrong with this? Why is it at Wednesday at 3 o'clock? What is your problem? Why do people like windy? It's retarded. Ah. Okay, so it just wants to tell us about 2 a.m. It says it's going to be 53 degrees, almost a dead calm with 11 mile an hour wind gusts, wind out of the north. Thank God it's currently blowing away from Agnes, but when these fires get big, remember how they can create their own firestorm and create their own wind, and all bets are off. The fact that it's in a canyon, at some point the wind is going to go through that canyon and try to reach the sea like the water does, and it doesn't show that in the next couple days forecast. It's showing like wind out of the north pretty consistently, but that's, a forecast. It doesn't mean it necessarily won't change for an hour or two randomly, surprise people. So nearest weather stations, when you click on that, I don't imagine there's that many at all in this rugged area. Yeah, it's not, that button's not even working. Oh, there it is. I wish we just show. We found out just how inaccurate all the forecasts are for places like the Sequoia National Forest, because there's like one weather station for like 20 square miles for a whole bunch of different, all the different valleys and all that stuff. It's just basically guessed at what the temperature is and what the wind is, because there's like one weather station for 20 square miles. So I no longer really put a lot of stock in any kind of forecast for mountains. They just don't have enough data. It makes you wonder where they pull out of their asses a lot of the climate data that we're supposed to all believe is concrete. Well, if you're not even sure what temperature it is for 20 square miles except for one spot, just put a bunch more weather stations there and call me back when you have accuracy. That's all I gotta say. Funny thing about weather stations, there's fewer and fewer of them out there in the wilderness because there actually used to be more small towns in the United States. Many of them are gone. They're just ghost towns now. So as the towns disappear, you don't have people keeping track of the weather in them. I remember a town that disappeared that once had a high school basketball team and everything. It was pretty good. It was called Valsets, west of Eugene. And there was a company mining town or logging town. And one day the logging company decided to relocate and just end the town. They owned the land and the buildings, so they just told everybody you're evicted. The town is no longer there. Closed the post office. Then they lit a match to the town. That was that. They breached the dam. No longer had a lake. Boom. And that was Oregon's rainiest town. So, and pretty much on the West Coast, maybe even the entire United States, because somebody was there keeping the weather data, but nobody lives there now. So you got Gold Beach Airport. You got a Prairie Lookout. Most of this data is coming from Gold Beach, except a mountain lookout says that it's 57 degrees with 14-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Very different than, say, over here, where it's 3 miles an hour at Gold Beach itself. So up in the hills, wherever this is, yeah, deeper in the mountains, closer to Grants Pass, we've got significantly higher wind gusts than at the coast right now. So it's good to check on these things and not just kind of like, oh yeah, the weather forecast is great. Okay, so looking back, Lunar Sparkles when we have a town named after us in Oregon, Carpenterville. Named after you, huh? Yeah, and fires do get worse when it's super hot. Like, if you look at the fire triangle, heat, fuel, oxygen. Everybody forgets heat. So a fire would struggle, at negative 20 degrees, not just because of, say, the fuel being wet or, air being moist. It's because it's cold. Like, cold actually does make a fire struggle. It has the same fuel and same air source. So, it's kind of a weird double-edged sword. Cold air is more oxygen rich, but that still doesn't make up for the fact that it's cold. So the amount of heat that's already just out there just really helps a fire get worse. And so that's why when fires get worse and they make more heat, they skyrocket out of control so fast. Its own heat enriches its own environment and makes it easier to be in. So let's see. Katie Horton says Xbox One. I would be doing that too if it weren't for my health problems putting. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, does anybody have, before we watch, hey Sister Golden here, you're up late. How are you doing? And why are you not a mod anymore? Is that because we had that problem with you being hacked? Well, I'll work with you later on about that. I think that was a long time ago and everything's cool now. So, Katie says I live in Estacada. My parents live near the 224, so I told them to contact me. Things change. My anxiety's on alert. Yeah, we're going to be looking at the 224. Right now, I think we're gonna have to look at that weather forecast for over there too, and something different than windy. I really don't like wind. We'll get up my radar and stuff. So, thanks for the heads up about the thunderstorms. I may have to stay up later if thunderstorms are coming in from San Francisco, because boy, is everybody in red flag. Okay, so let's watch this video about what's going on with the super concerning flat fire. So I'm going to make it, you know what, I'm not going to full screen it. It's low resolution anyway. I'm just going to keep it like that. All right, let's test the sound. Turn on sound. Light.
This is my 7th month in office, and I think
Okay, that's super low.
my third critical incident, third local emergency.
It's amazing. You guys can't catch a break.
It is.
Okay, so this is troubled, to say the least. Troubled audio. That's super low, but I'm trying to turn it up for you guys.
I'm gonna give people a so yeah, GT, this is my it's my 7th month in office, and I think it is my third critical incident, third local emergency.
It's amazing. You guys can't catch a break.
It is. I'm gonna give people a few more minutes to join here. Hopefully my audio is good.
Yeah, I was listening to you yesterday. It was coming through nice and clear.
Okay, so this was recorded live, so we can give them a little pass. Live video is hard. Live TV is hard. I mean, it really is. I can't say I'm perfect with that. So when was this recorded is what I want to know. This video is just sitting there without context, so let me try to get that from Watch Duty. This was posted around 5:31 p.m. and now it's yesterday, so on the 16th, because it's now the 17th. It's after midnight. So this is about the flat fire, which is now about 4,000 acres. Extreme fire behavior observed. No, 7,800. Dang. Extreme fire behavior has been observed with spotting and group torching. So that means entire little sections of trees have the fire run from the bottom all the way to the top. And so spotting means once the fire gets to the top of the trees, little bits break off, blows off in the wind, and starts little fires downwind. So this, like I said, roadless wilderness sounds good on paper. It's going to be making a nightmare to fight this. I don't think they should be putting smoke jumpers anywhere near the areas that don't have access with roads and ways out. And I just don't think they'll do that. And so they may have to just let the fire go and just sit at a road and wait for the fire to get to the road to try to hold it. If you can't access it on the ground, you can't do anything. You can't put out a fire through air power. Air power could just help the ground crews. Put retardant ropes around it and slow it down. And then you can put water on the little spot fires. But if you don't have boots on the ground, and no way to get there with your fire trucks, and no way to quickly evacuate crews if it goes south. I think they're going to helplessly watch a lot of this, which is just ominous. So here's the Curry County Commissioner video. Let's watch it.
A good presentation.
We're gonna do it a little different today. That was kind of spun up from my house quickly yesterday.
It's pretty good off the hip. It was really good.
Yeah, it was one of those on the fly interviews. All right. Good evening, Curry County. This is Commissioner Brad Alcorn, and I want to give you an update on what we are calling the flat fire. I just attended a briefing.
Okay, friends, how is his audio? Are we just good to listen? Can you guys all hear it? Remember, this sometime around 5 o'clock p.m., something like that this was recorded. At least it was uploaded on 5:30 p.m. or so yesterday, which is the 16th. Now it's after midnight. Somebody I think I have a 20-second delay between when I say something and when you guys see things. So I have to wait for 20 seconds to see if this audio is good, and then I'll resume playing. So it's good? All right, cool. Here we go.
which was over at the Curry County Library with our fire professionals. And I want to share with you the information that I learned and give you a general perspective of what we're looking at in terms of this particular fire. First, I'll tell you that this fire started yesterday. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. I believe that's when the first reports came in. And we had an immediate response from Agnes Fire and our other local firefighters, recognizing where this was at and the difficulty and likelihood that this would spread quickly. Immediately they requested additional resources, and also our sheriff's department, Sheriff Ward and his deputies started heading up that way. And that's kind of when this thing kicked off. And I'm going to jump forward now to today. I've posted some information throughout the day as I get it to keep you informed of kind of where this thing is at. So at this briefing were several people there: Josephine County Emergency Management, Coos County Emergency Management, State Fire Marshal was there, Coos Forest Patrol, CFPA, U.S. Department of Forestry, IMT Team 6, Curry County Sheriff John Ward was there.
Okay, IMT means Incident Management Team. So it's called Incident Management Team 6.
Our local partners, South Coast Lumber, they had some representatives there. And then federal IM Team 6. And we've also got GT sitting here with me. He's from the state emergency management team. He's our regional representative. So we've got lots of really good people involved in this immediately. I'm seeing you can't hear, so let me see if I can make an adjustment. I apologize. I'll talk a little bit louder and see if that will help. Limited down here, what we have. Let me remind you, we're still dealing with that cyber attack, so we're going to get through this though. So basically, this fire is approximately 35 miles up the Rogue River. And if you guys are familiar with the old Biscuit Fire, where those Biscuit Fire scar is and the Klondike Fire scar was at, that's kind of where this fire is at right now. In fact, it's actually burning in the Biscuit Fire area. Right now, this fire is estimated to be at about between 3,000 and 4,000 acres. You know how difficult it is to estimate this as it starts to spread, but that is the rough estimation on that. This is a tough fire to fight. It's in a very rugged, rough part of our country. No private land is burning right now. This is all burning on federal land. I want to talk for a little bit about who the incident commander is. It's Tyson Albridge. I hope I said his name right. He is the incident commander from the U.S. Forest Service. I can tell you that he is extremely experienced and knows what he's doing. I will also tell you that this particular...
Hang on, let me rewind. I just missed a name. So somebody here, Oshana Katranadu, if that's a person's real name, says this fire is occurring exactly within timing of the historic fire return interval for this area. Unavoidable reality of nature. I just want to point out, especially when fires return on like a pattern, it's probably completely unnatural. With the Tillamook burn, we realized there is a 3-year jinx. Okay, once you have a really bad fire go wild, it takes approximately 3 years for the brush to grow back, And when it dries out in the heat of summer and it lights on fire, you get a repeat forest fire, especially if you haven't logged all and gotten all the dead trees on the ground. The repeat fire is going to be worse than the first one because this time the the actual trees burn, not just their limbs. This time the thousands of gallons of water inside of every tree is dried up and gone away. So it's a lesson we have to learn. It's completely an unnatural, man-made repeat fire, repeat fire, repeat fire thing. You know, this in the burn scar, this in the burn scar. We could totally change that. But there's been challenges to salvage logging. Like people think that it's looting the forest or something, and it's not. It's saving the forest. You can't replant or expect anything to survive with standing dead trees on the landscape. Everything will just blaze again and repeat every 3 to 4 years, worse than the time before, as things are further dead and dry. So when people notice these patterns saying, oh, it's just this reality of nature, like, no, our forests are not in a natural state at all. They're overgrown. Too many fires have been suppressed for too many years. They all got pretty much, mowed down, and then they only replanted the fire promoting, things like Douglas firs for the most part, and not we don't have a good mix like we used to of fire resistant and fire promoting trees. Like there's nothing natural about things, and so when people say these weird, oh, it's just nature. Like don't worry about it. Like oh, just don't build where the fires are. Wake up. Nothing is natural. This is a crisis. We need to solve it. We need to save the environment. Like wake up. That's all I gotta say. When I start reading stuff like this, I don't even know. It's going to take a long time for us to educate the public on what the hell's going on. So, anyway, just thought I would point that out.
I can tell you that he is extremely experienced in burning right now. This is all burning on federal land. I want to talk for a little bit about who the incident commander is. It's Tyson Albridge. I hope I said his name right. He is the incident commander from the U.S. Forest Service. I can tell you that he is extremely experienced and knows what he's doing. I will also tell you that this particular fire, we got some immediate resources on this fire right away. We had air assets up last night. We had quite a bit of resources initially, and we are taking a very aggressive approach at fighting this fire. I want to talk a little bit about what to expect in the future. One of the things that was mentioned in this briefing tonight was what to expect in terms of smoke in our communities. It really comes down to which way the wind's going to blow. We are going to get some smoke in Gold Beach. We're going to get some smoke in Brookings. This fire is going to continue to burn. We are taking a very aggressive approach towards it, but it is in an area where there is a lot of fuel for the fire to burn. So expect that as weather conditions change, as the wind changes, we're going to get some smoke in our community, so be prepared for it. I also want to talk a little bit about driving conditions up in and around the fire. I spoke with Sheriff Ward earlier, and I made a post on my social media about it. There's a lot of low-lying smoke that is a result of this fire, and that low-lying smoke makes driving conditions up there very difficult. So please don't go up around that area to sightsee or look around or see what's happening. That the driving conditions are bad, and we don't need to spend more resources rescuing other people. So please keep that in mind. We will deal with the smoke issues as they come, and we'll try to keep you as updated as we can about that. I want to speak for a little bit about what my responsibilities are to you. First and foremost, my responsibility as your commissioner is to make sure that this county is receiving the resources that are necessary. And I can tell you right now that I'm very pleased with the communication that I'm having with our state and federal partners. I am very pleased with the aggressive approach that our professional firefighters are taking towards this fire, and I'm very pleased with our first response to this incident. I am absolutely 100% staying on top of this, and it is very important to me. In fact, I've even moved my office down in the Emergency Operations Center so I can be close to the conversations that are taking place. I want to make sure that this county has all of the resources that it needs and deserves. My other responsibility is to make sure that I'm communicating with you, and I will continue to do that either by live updates or providing you information as I get it. That's important. I know my the people that advise me, they oftentimes don't like me to do these things, but I'm gonna keep doing them. It's I know that this is what you want from the feedback that I'm getting from all of you, and I'm going to continue to do them. A couple other things I want to talk about this evening are what to expect in the coming days. You're going to see a lot of firefighting personnel. You're going to see a lot of equipment. You're going to see probably some air assets in and around the area, and that will continue. The stance on fighting this fire, they made it very clear, and I'm gonna look back at some of my notes here, and I just want to make sure that I use the language from the briefing tonight. The stance on this fire is full suppression. That is the goal. That is what our firefighting professionals are seeking. They are going after this hard and aggressively, and I certainly appreciate that. I also want to mention Curry County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Ward, and his deputies. He made a call last night. He called in all off-duty deputies to respond to this for evacuation purposes, road closures, all of those types of things. And our deputies who were off duty immediately responded to that call and came in. As you know, we are shorthanded with our Sheriff's Department, and I appreciate all of those guys answering those calls and coming in. Also, another component of the Sheriff's Department that I want to take a few minutes to talk about tonight is the Curry County Sheriff's Department Search and Rescue Team. They are playing a critical role in this, and many of you don't know, last night, the SAR team, those are volunteers. And those guys went up there last night because what happens is we have a fire like this and we get people on, they're up there recreating, they're on the trails, they're floating down the rivers, etc. And they don't know there's a fire. They can smell the smoke, but they don't see the flames, and they don't realize how close they are to getting into trouble. So our search and rescue folks go up there and they look for those people so they can warn them and direct them on how to get out of the situation that they're about to get into. Well, I got to tell you, I saw some pictures from our search and rescue teams that were up there, and I'll post them on my social media after this video. They have to get extremely close to that fire. They have to go down roads that are extremely difficult, and they actually encountered a man yesterday evening. He was in his vehicle, completely unaware that the fire was coming, completely unaware that it was coming in his direction. And our search and rescue folks made contact with him and were able to direct him out of there without incident. And we oftentimes, we think about the Sheriff's Department, we forget those folks. The other component of that I want to just take a minute to talk about is our dispatchers. When we have an incident like this, they've already got a lot on their plate, and this just really adds to it, and they are consummate professionals and doing an amazing job. So thank you to all of them. Now, I want to talk about firefighting personnel a little bit, and I got to tell you, as I looked around that room this evening, and I saw two things, and I want to share those two things with you. I saw men and women who have been in this profession for over 30 years. They are experienced. They are well trained, and they came from other areas, and they came here to fight this fire. We also have folks from this area that are here to fight this fire, and they've been doing it a long time. It is very comforting to know that we have that level of experience in the room and working to fight this fire. The other thing, and as you know, in my old job, I was part of many critical incidents. I was part of many successes and failures during those critical incidents. And I can tell you, when we had success, it really came down to having the right mindset. And it is so refreshing to see the mindset of the individuals in that room tonight. The folks in that room, they are aggressively, they're taking the fight to this fire, okay? They are aggressively after this. They realize the situation they have in front of them. They realize the difficulties. They are eager to solve problems. They are not making any excuses, and they are ready to get after it. And it's that type of mindset that leads to success during these critical incidents. And I cannot thank them enough for what they're doing for our community. So we got some good people here, and we're very fortunate for that. They've got a very difficult task in front of them. Like many of the other fires we've seen in the past, weather conditions can dictate how fast they grow. This is, again, in a very difficult area. We're 24 hours into this now, and expect it to get worse before it gets better. Expect that smoke to come down into our cities, and we've been through this before. We're a strong community, and we know how to get through this. I want to talk about the Red Cross for a minute. I spoke to our Red Cross representative this evening. They opened a shelter at Gold Beach High School. That shelter is open right now. It's going to remain open probably through tomorrow. They did get a couple people in there that were displaced. I think there were campers that were displaced. After tomorrow, we'll reevaluate that need. We can accommodate people, a large amount of people if necessary. And we'll kind of evaluate that day to day. We'll keep the communication going with the Red Cross, but they always do an amazing job. Like I said, we've been through these fires before, and they are phenomenal. So we'll kind of just continue to reevaluate that as we need it. And the thing about the Red Cross is, once we establish this and open that shelter, reopening it if we need to is much less problematic than getting it started initially. So that will continue to take place. Tomorrow, I will give you updates as I get them. Keep in mind, we have a bunch of other county business. We still have the cyber attack that we're dealing with, and got a BOC meeting on Wednesday. So as I kind of navigate through all that stuff, I will be kind of doing on-the-fly posts and on-the-fly information I'll providing to you. So when you see a misspelled word or some punctuation, understand I'm doing this as quick as I can. So I'll fix it. I'll fix it eventually, but I certainly don't mind you pointing that out to me. I hope that gives you a sense of where this fire is at. It's, like I said, 3,000 to 4,000 acres. It's a big fire. It's gonna get bigger, and there's a lot of fuel up there. And I forgot one other thing I want to mention. There was some preliminary information about the cause of this fire, and there was some information floating around social media, and there were some rumors going around that this was a person who caused the fire, and I've heard several sources of that. So what I want you to know is it's way too early in this to give you an absolute answer about the origin of this fire. What I can tell you is that the U.S. Forest Service and the Curry County Sheriff's Department have investigators at the scene that are working this. They are investigating it, and they will, trust me, they will come up with answers. And if an individual was in fact responsible for this, I can tell you right now that we have a sheriff that will make sure that there is accountability with it, as will I. But it's way too early in this to jump to any conclusions. It's way too early to speculate on this. We are doing the right things and being thorough and complete and timely in our approach to figuring out what started this and the origin to it. So please be patient, and I'll bring you more information as I get it. I hope that I've been able to answer many of your questions. Of course, you can always reach out to me. I'll do my best to get back to you. And thank you, community. Firefighters are definitely thankful. They many of them have been here before in some of our previous fires, and one of the comments tonight that I heard was how embracing this community is and helpful towards them, and they certainly appreciate that. So we'll get through this. This is an unfortunate thing, but it's another thing that we're going to get through. We're going to be strong and resilient. All right, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. Please like and share this so it gets out. There was a question about air support. Yes, we have quite a bit of air support coming in. Air support is continuing to be deployed. We had those big tankers yesterday. Oh man, they had what 99,400 gallons, something like that. They're huge tankers that were coming in. We will continue to get those resources, and in fact, we had an air support representative in the briefing tonight. So yes, we've got the resources we need. Evacuations. I see one comment about evacuations. Yes, Sheriff Ward has been up and evacuating any of the areas. There's like probably about 14 homes or so up there that Sheriff Ward has been in communication with, and they're all aware of what's going on. The Sheriff's Department is talking with them, and if there's any changes and immediate needs, Sheriff Ward's able to communicate that with those residents up there. Command Center, let's see, Command Center, we're down there in Gold Beach. That could change. We were at the library tonight, so I expect that will change. Again, we're 24 hours into this, so. All right, tried to catch a few of your comments there, so. All right, that's it. I will talk to you soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, I like the one guy's comment that said, this could have been a 2-minute video, but thanks for the update. But, live, whatever the heck's that? What does Facebook think I want to see? What the hell is that? Lady, you got a boob job, but, didn't pay the surgeon for the abdominal there. I mean, what the hell is this? Is that supposed to be... Okay, somebody copy and pasted... Oh, what's her name from Friends on there? I hate Facebook. This is why I don't like it. This is why a lot of people don't have accounts. Jeez. But yeah, that really could have been a 1-minute update. So I tried to... I don't even know what button I pushed to show all those comments. But there's tons of idle speculation. I try not to do that.
Yeah, GT, this
that.
is mine.
That. Where's the... Okay, I guess you have to hit the comment button and such. But there's lots of idle speculation of everybody saying, well, I heard somebody already admitted that it was a cigarette. Oh, I heard somebody threw some tanninite in the air and shot it. It just goes to show you how weird the rumor mill is. But we have to remember it's July. People are camping. People are hiking. And they look what they just did. Look what they just did. Campfire restrictions. Beginning on the 17th. Well, the red flag was today and yesterday. So maybe you should have told people that before they went to the middle of nowhere. I mean, people are still going to start lighting fires there because they have no idea. They've already lost cell phone service and stuff. He was just explaining somebody that made contact with rescuers because he had no idea. He was in the middle of nowhere and didn't know what... They could smell smoke and didn't know what the fire was. Bingo! Ding, 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 ding. So a couple of those things were a little bit frustrating. He's praising the various agencies and stuff, and that really should come afterwards. Just tell the public what they want to know and then kiss each other's asses later. I mean, I don't mean to be rude about that, but that's boiling it down. They always do this. They always say, oh, this team and that team, I really love them and they're qualified, and they're just scoring points with each other, and the public is just going, okay, but are homes safe? What can we expect? People are asking questions in the chat, and he's like, bye. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, yeah, more air support is coming. Bye. have a question answer session, and then just whatever. If people want to know, we'll listen. Okay, so that is the commissioner of Curry County. He says against advice, I'd like to just tweet info as I get it. Cool, but is it going to be here? Is it going to be on Twitter? Is it going to be on Facebook? Um, there's no clarity on where he's going to post this info. So, oh my God, that was mega loud. I'm so sorry. I'm going to back that down. We don't need helicopter noise anyway. Here's another video. We can get a much better, oh my, better idea. How do I make this bigger without full screen? God. Stop being that loud. Nice, super Sikorsky. Drop in some water on probably some of those spot fires, but what's interesting to me right now are those snags. See that? These are previously dead trees. These little stick things right here. What's sticking up? Now, you can see the living trees and some dead in the background, but looks, this tells me that this biscuit fire and all that, they never got the dead trees off the landscape. So what do we have? A lot of standing dead trees. Snags are the worst thing possible. This is how you get your extreme fire behavior, even when you don't have extreme winds. You have a huge amount of dead stuff burning, including the trunks of dead standing trees. And I don't know what federal rules say you can or can't salvage log, or you can or cannot make roads, which makes salvage logging basically impossible. I used to think, well, helicopter logging, that'll be great. You don't have to put roads in, and it's so wonderful. Well, I didn't realize that helicopter logging, you do it long enough and it's basically 100% fatal for the pilot involved. It's that dangerous. And I had to watch shows like Axemen, just to realize that. Like every time that they lift stuff and it makes contact with the ground, the static electricity builds up. So the person on the ground that grabs the chain gets a mighty static shock, like bam. And that in and of itself, having sparks like that is just kind of bad. So there is no secret recipe, for that. It's extremely expensive, not really particularly profitable, so it's not really done. It's just extremely dangerous. So it's there's a lot of dead trees still on the landscape, and you can see how a lot of the trunks burned to almost a nub. They were already dead. The ones standing right next to them, the living trees, they're not on fire, right? They didn't burn up. So this moved along the ground, it burned up the brush, and then when it hit the dead trees, it raced up and it did group torching. So this whole group of trees here, group torching, where the fire raced all the way up to the top. Whole bunch of them burned at once. That's what they're talking about. And we have to change our policies. We have to prevent this stuff. I don't know how long ago the biscuit fire was. In the late teens, I want to say. I remember it being pretty bad. I can't remember off the top of my head. Cheryl says, "Where do I find it?" Are you asking me something, Cheryl? I don't know when you're talking to me or to the chat. So the Axemen show, I remember that show. Yeah, I've met some of them. Some of them had really gruesome injuries. There's a lot of anti-logger hate that was fostered by pre-extremist environmental groups that just wanted to become a hate group. And the sanity's in the center. Don't clear cut and don't leave the forest to overgrow. Nice, thin, and managed in the middle. Sanity's in the center. But a lot of the environmental groups, unfortunately, just decided that a logger is a person who hates the forest and wants to wipe their ass with a spotted owl, and you should hate them and oppose them. And well, guess what? Loggers are almost all 100% volunteer firefighters, like to a man. They're the ones saving the forest, so just kind of adjust your emotionality there. Laws. laws will be what protects the forest. What can logging companies get away with doing? And hate the company, don't hate the player, hate the game. So going back to, if you didn't see it before, my whole spiel about this is roadless wilderness, and there's no way to get a ground crew there because there's no way to get anybody, well, there in a timely manner or out if they get overwhelmed. You would just lose crews. You would just lose 10, 20, 30, 40 volunteer, firefighters at a time. You can't just parachute them in and leave them with no quick escape route. That's how we used to have mass fatality events. We learned our lessons the hard way. Safety regulations are written in blood. And while we do have some roads which may or may not be in good condition around this fire, aircraft can slow the fire spread with retardant, and you can put out little spot fires. But what good is that if the spot fires are, say, heading for this Silver Peak here, but there's no way to get up there? A weird trail that may or may not still be in use or maintained. You can't put anybody there. So even if the fire is spotting up all over this Silver Peak, what's the good of putting it out? Because the main seat of the fire is going to climb the mountain. Because there's no way to put a ground crew there to stop it. See what I'm saying? This is going to be a really bad one. Just because there's a federal roadless wilderness act in the 60s or something, and we are absolutely paying for that stupidity. I'm just going to call it stupidity. That's just set up the forest to overgrow and just burn repeatedly with no way to stop it. So I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have a hard time explaining to the public why they're going to have to let this spread until they can stop it at a fire break, which would be a road. Like, they may have to make new ones, or just tell the public it's just going to continue until it reaches somewhere where we can stop it. I have no idea what's going to happen. But if the public is really concerned, they really should be. I don't have answers, and this is what's stressing me out. The fact that there's not a whole lot of human habitations doesn't mean that there's a lot of natural treasures to lose. Now, I do want to peel away from this a little bit. We did look at, I briefly showed Zoom Earth, whatever this thing is called, which gives you a pretty good idea that here's the smoke. They're saying that smoke's going to go to Gold Beach and Brookings, way down here. Brookings is down here. It's just not labeled. I don't think so. I mean, eventually, maybe. I mean, wind can go down the tunnels, like the wind tunnels, which are these to Gold Beach, and that can be different than the prevailing wind direction. But it's so far just kind of heading towards Myrtle Creek, Canyonville, and Roseburg because the wind isn't out of the east. So it's either been north or south. So I guess he's talking about the long term, like more than a week from now, which is scary. Because I don't know how they might possibly stop this. This is if I would just tell the public, like if this is a video game and there's easy and moderate and hard mode, and then there's nightmare mode. And welcome to nightmare mode. So a lot of the other fires that get put out pretty quickly and pounced upon, they've got road access and they're in flat land and they have instant air support. Here, rugged wilderness, God help us is all I'm gonna say. If it rains, that's the best thing we can hope for. If make it rain, make it rain. So let's go back to Estacada over here. We're gonna look at the 224 fire before we research more of the flat fire. So right now Estacada is on kind of a watch, level 1. Morgan's got a ready, set, go 3 alert thing. Back in the day, it used to be just simple, like evacuation notice and then mandatory you have to go. And with the whole change in people's attitudes towards government spit, ain't no government gonna tell me what to do. kind of resistance to messages these days. I think Ready Set Go is a nice change. Um, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get a nice clear, like, oh, it's going to be 1, 2, 3. Oftentimes you just get go, or it goes from 1 to 3. Stuff gets out of hand, boom, go. I always tell people you're better off if, especially you're in a, say, a hill area, or an area where you live, there's only one road out, or it's not paved, and it just takes you a long time to get down to paved roads. Always elevate yourself one level above what the government is telling you, because they're not taking into account how long it takes for you to get to a paved road. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to drink this kombucha for my health, and it's gross. I let it go much longer than it needed to be, so I'm just going to get a new beverage here. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. It's like drinking vinegar. I know it's good for my stomach and stuff, but okay, I just can't take it anymore. So I'll be right back, friends. Alright, let's get something good to drink. What should I have? Got a miniature, like, child-sized can of Pepsi. Oh, I've got a 2-liter as well I got from the pizza place. My mom took good care of me today and said, "Thank you, honey." I drove long distance to get some furniture for her, some IKEA furniture, and it took way longer than I thought to arrange that and take care of her tech needs today. Oh boy, I have salmon. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have smoked salmon on crackers. Okay, in light of that, I think Pepsi should be. Yeah. Okay, I have to think about eating as well, friends. I do forget about that a lot. Okay, so let's get right. I can't hide it in my voice. I've got a tense nervousness. It was about this time, 2021, when the Dixie Fire broke out. And what were we? We were super happy about people being generally smart with fire and not starting fires. I was like, in early July, oh yeah, 2020 was so bad, but it's over. Oh, 2020 never ended. We're still stuck in it, like we're in the Twilight Zone. And what did I do? Open my big mouth, and Dixie, the Caldor, and the other just bad things happened. So it's PTSD week, After July 14th, I'm now like, okay, when's the shoe gonna drop? And I was joking about this with my mom. And I said, man, I should make like a miniature commercial, like what happens to Catherine and every other Californian, every other fire-aware Californian or West Coaster after July 14th, and play Conan the Barbarian music, and just have the PTSD dog remembering Vietnam, like the meme. Sorry, boomers have no idea what the hell I'm talking about, but cool cats know, and the cool boomers know. There's this picture of a dog or video, and he wanted a treat, and it was out of his reach, and he just looked at it like, oh no. And he was called PTSD dog because he looked like he was having horrified memories. I'm not trying to make light of it. Not trying to make light of war or anything, but my God. I actually do, and a lot of people do have a true. And PTSD is like a spectrum. You know, how bad are you? We're not like the combat vets. We're not. I am not at all comparing my situation to that, but when you helplessly watch stuff from afar, you can get that serious. You know, I can't sleep. Anxiety stuff. Okay, how do I open this? Come on. I'm in the kitchen. How do I open this salmon? Okay. I'm like, should I cut it open and cut the due date off of it? Well, yeah, it doesn't matter because I'm going to eat it all tonight. I'm starving. I also got a little bit of fire PTSD pulling a fire victim out of a burning house. I remember she was on oxygen. She's recently died near Christmas, which is another reason why my winter sucked really bad. I really hoped that she'd live longer. She was already on oxygen from a lifelong smoking addiction. And she'd had other fires at home due to the oxygen machine, and she wasn't even being stupid with fire. It was just pure freak accidents. It just go to show that you've got to quit. You know, and also when you cook and have home oxygen, you gotta be so dang careful. So the most bizarre thing is I just got a weird feeling like I don't know if I should tell the whole entire story, but I got a weird feeling the first time I saved her, like somebody's in trouble, something's going on, and I just left my mom's attic, and I stayed there trying to finish it one summer, put a floor in so we could have more storage room up there, and even though I knew that I measured a beam, a strange feeling just took over my heart and said, go up there and measure this particular beam again. Well, I had measured it like 6 ways from Sunday. I was confused about my stupid laser measuring tool, so I'd measured the whole attic. Excuse me. Gotta make kitchen noises. And then found out that I had a wrong setting, and it was adding inches and random things at the end, depending on where you tell your laser measuring tool where the end of the tool is. Like, do you measure from the front or the rear of the tool? And I hadn't been paying attention to that setting, so I had screwed up everything. So I stayed up till like 2 in the morning. So I was done at midnight, realized it was all wrong, went back up there, and I didn't know, I lost track of time. I didn't know what time it was. I come out of there at 2 in the morning, and my mom's like asleep, and I'm like, oh my God, trying to tiptoe out there. All of a sudden, this feeling in my heart just takes over. It says, go back up there and measure part of that attic again. And I'm like, no, I gotta go to bed. And the feeling got stronger, so I just went up there. Okay, I'll trust this feeling. Weird things happen to me, and I just gotta trust the feeling. And sure enough, when I sat there and measured the beam, that put my ear next to the attic vent, and it was like a like a hearing horn. Before they had hearing aids, old people used to hold a horn to their ear. It funneled sound and made everything amplified, and it's like a little tube. And so that allowed me to hear a distant smoke alarm from a house down the street. And I was like, it's 2 in the morning, should I approach? And sure enough, there's an old lady in there, and she just self-extinguished the oxygen machine fire. But she had a house full of smoke and couldn't get out. She was too weak and she was overcome. So when I approached the house, there was smoke pouring out of the kitchen window. It was completely floor to ceiling. She would have died in there. And so I was ready to break her back porch. I was just pounding on it and screaming, anybody in there? And she came to because she'd given up the fight, given up and just surrendered to death. I was laying on the floor. She crawled over, hearing me banging, and put her hand up on the glass. So just out of this white smoke came this hand, an elderly lady, and I said, hit the lock. She had just enough strength to unlock the sliding glass door because I was about to bash it in with a metal chair on the porch. And so I pulled her out. Dog. Couldn't really tell if the fire was out. Called 911, blah, blah, blah. And it felt great, that I'd saved somebody, and she was calling me her angel and stuff, and that she had been praying, and then all of a sudden I showed up and I just got the goosebumps, and thought we had a bond. Every time I'd go visit my mom, maybe I'd talk to her, and I asked her if she, later, at a later time, would help me tell the story of, being careful around oxygen. And I felt great until I talked to the firefighters, and I realized she had other oxygen fires. An air traffic, yeah, Smitty. And then a different neighbor told me, yeah, this is not the first time. I went, oh, God. Let me get something else out of the kitchen. And so when I said to the firefighter, I said, she was trying to call 911 and couldn't see through the smoke at her very own cell phone. Like, how can I set something up where she just says, Alexa, call 911 or whatever? And that's the one number that Alexa cannot call. There's a weird regulation where Alexa can call anybody on your contact list, but not 911. Yeah. Yeah. Stupid. So I said, what about Life Alert and stuff? And she couldn't afford it. And so I said, well, she can't do that, like make a call. She didn't have a smartphone, it was like a flip phone. If she can't make a call and she's trapped in here and can't see her phone, she also had vision problems. What's going to happen to her next oxygen fire and I'm not around, And the firefighter's like, she'll be a victim. And I couldn't handle that. Like, I said, is there a way to have her summon help on her own should this occur? And not a way that she could afford. Yep, help, I've fallen, I can't get up. Those commercials always just horrified me. People made fun of them, but I don't know, I'm that kind of sappy person who realizes somewhere there is somebody who has fallen and can't get up and nobody's hearing them right now. And I'm just one of those Care Bears who would like to end that, with the way that is free. So anyway, I saved her twice. It was the same kind of a weird supernatural. I'm at my mom's house. We're watching a video, and I needed to leave. This was months and months later, and my heart wouldn't let me leave. That same thing just said stay there, and I went, oh, okay. Oh, hey, Mark, how are you? Yeah, it's part of faith that I've saved too many people now with this weird feeling, and I don't care how this sounds, to think that it's coincidence. I mean, I've got a weird series of stories to tell people. Now, I'm a scientist. I'd like to find a rational explanation about stuff, and there just aren't any of these things. Um, so I just listen to it, and it doesn't always work. Like sometimes the heart compass is what I tell it tells me to go left, and I go over there, and there's nothing wrong. But then you never know if that feeling just saved you from turning right, and you would have gotten in a car accident or something, right? But so many times it is right that I just obey. I just go, okay, whatever. I'll randomly turn on a street and people are like, we're not going that direction, my passengers, and I'm like, sorry, I got this thing. And then oftentimes they'll become a believer after sneering at me because something remarkably strange will happen. Um, so anyway, I saved this lady twice, and I was at my mom's house, and yes, we are going to look at the 224 fire here. And her name was Joyce. And when I was looking at, yeah, intuition, yeah, yeah. I just sometimes know when somebody is in trouble, and I'll just pick up the phone and call them at 3 in the morning, and they're like, "Oh my God." Anyway, but I stayed late, even though I needed to leave my mom's place for the long drive back to mine, and even though I didn't want to, I wanted to go to bed early. I wanted to get on with my day the next day, but my heart compass says stay right here. And then my mom has a bunch of beeping apparatus that I hate. I could never live with her again because she has coffee machines that go beep, 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 beep. And I would smash them with a hammer like on day 2. I can't stand high pitched beeping stuff. Even microwaves drive me nuts. But all of a sudden I hear that high pitched beeping while we're watching a show. And so I paused the show and I said, Mom, I can't stand her coffee maker. Did you unplug it again? Because I finally programmed it to not make that beeping sound. It was a coffee maker on a timer. And she goes, no, I never unplugged it. It doesn't beep. That's not my coffee maker. And so I went, what? Turned off all sounds in the house. Could still hear the beeping. And Mom had the kitchen window open, and it was that same dang house. And I was like, oh God, Joyce's place. So I immediately just threw my shoes on and ran, even though it was like 1 in the morning. And sure enough, she was trapped in the smoke again and had another freak accident while cooking. Her oxygen tube was around her neck. She leaned over to get something because she had just dropped something on the floor, and it got near the burner. And so it was like wearing a necklace of fire. She wasn't burned because she immediately just threw it off of herself. It was just like her skin got charred but not burned. It was just that fast, like soot. And she kept baking soda nearby in the kitchen and was quick thinking what it was doing was burning the oxygen tube like a very fast moving torch, like an acetylene torch. And so the oxygen tube on fire being fed by the pure oxygen, what it does is the fire snakes through the ground, like on the ground, on the carpet, and it'll go and follow the tube all the way back to the machine. When it reaches the machine, it's going to explode. So she had been trying to stamp it out, and all it did was light her booties on fire, her little pajama booties. And when I got there, seeing the black snake of the tube going all the way around the living room and towards the bedroom, she stopped at the nick of time, like 2 feet away from the machine, um, by dumping a huge amount of baking soda on it, and then she yanked the tube out from the machine area. So when I talked to the firefighters a second time, they said, yeah, that's going to explode the house one day. And So I started having the nightmares at that point. Like, now I'm no longer, oh boy, I saved somebody. It's, what's going to happen when I'm not there? She just can't stop smoking. She's cooking for herself, and if she tries to say cook for 20 minutes even without her oxygen, she'll pass out. So she really needed to be in a care home, a facility, or have somebody live with her, and she couldn't afford it. And so I was sleeping in my mom's back room one day, and I remember I snapped my eyes wide awake from a nightmare, and I see a glow out my window, and that's her house burning down with the explosion, like the red glow in my room. And then I woke up just like in a movie a second time because that was a fake nightmare. Like I was dreaming about dreaming and having a nightmare. And I shot to my feet and looked out the window, and distantly down the street, her house is okay. But that's how you can get PTSD from this kind of stuff. You don't have to be in it to get it. So, you can talk about it and whatnot, but when you expect something bad to happen and you roll the dice enough, you know that it will. Part of it. That's part of it. Okay, so I just think we should talk about it. You know. Yeah, Cheryl. She eventually went to a care home. I informed her neighbors that she needs to be watched. Other neighbors reported she had other fires, and so eventually, what I had to do was I had to make a hard choice, inform her family. She wanted to live independently and alone, and she didn't want her family or landlord to know that these fires were occurring, and most of them were minor and stuff. But so her daughter came over to help her and thanked me personally for saving her. And I said, "Can I talk to you for a second?" And said, "This is not the first time." And just handed her my phone number. And I said, "Why don't you just talk to the fire chief anyway?" So I I let the family know, and it was really difficult to. I felt like I was betraying somebody's confidence, but how the hell would I live with myself if she burned to death in her home? Like, how could I live with myself? Like, oh, I didn't want to violate her privacy, right? It's past time. Um, but I was informed that she felt nothing but relief when she was moved to a safe spot. So I did the right thing. This she imagined having a bad conversation where her daughters reprimanded her for being stupid. And I said, "You don't have to worry about that. They're just going to love you, and love that you're safe, and help you." And that's what happened. Sometimes we don't share things because we imagine people's judgment and stuff. But um, when she found out that I saved her twice, and that you know, she just realized how lucky she was to have her mom still, and all that was in her head. So uh, anyway, all right, let's go back to this is part of what keeps me up at night. I really wanted to, my nightmares went away as soon as I found out she was safe. Like nightmares aren't always just gonna haunt you. They mostly came out when I was trying to make that choice on how to should I talk to the family or not. Your subconscious is just trying to get you to do what you know should be done, and that what's eating you up inside. So when you accomplish that, they stop. So if we look at what's going on with the 224 fire, this one concerns me because look where I just blooped it here. Estacada is a tiny, cute, awesome town, actually. Uh, that's the Clackamas River, right? It's not the Sandy River. It's the Clackamas. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay. excuse me, the Clackamas River. And like I said, they don't have a terrain layer here, and I'll just have to show it to you on Caltopo and whatnot. This is a wind tunnel thing where the wind's off the tops of the Cascades, which are a lot big. These are higher mountains than the Coast Range by a lot. These high peaks put everything down this wind tunnel towards southern Portland and whatnot. So Estacada is this tiny cute little town. It's like the last civilization town before you go deep into the Mount Hood National Forest wilderness to Bagby Hot Springs and other places. Like this is the last place that has like a restaurant, before you go out into the world of campgrounds and ranger stations. Unfortunately, most of everything to the southeast of Estacada was burned up in the Riverside fire of 2020. Bagby Hot Springs made it just by luck, but we lost so many other places like Ripplebrook and Three Links, just a lot of special places. Then down south like Brighton Bush and whatnot with the Lion's Head fire. So what we have is a wind tunnel, steep canyon, and what really bothered me about this place is when I went to Bagby Hot Springs for the last time, which was Christmas of 2019. 2018 to 2019. I think it must have been Christmas of 2019 or 17. I have to look that up. But Mom and I went to Bagby Hot Springs, which is a 24 hours a day clothing optional hot spring at the top of a mountain. You can just drive anytime, and you go down the 224, leave Portland, go down the 224, and after a couple of hours, you'll end up at this campground area way down here in the forest, and you have to hike a somewhat easy hike up to the top of a hill, and there's a special place in the 1930s where they made a bunch of bathhouses, kind of out of those, what do you call those vats where you squish with your feet, you squish the wine, the wine grape vats like you see in the old murals. So I gotta take a bite of food here because I want to put my salmon back in the fridge so it doesn't spoil if I can't finish the whole thing off. Hang on. Okay, I spared you the chewing sounds, but thank you so much for your kind donations, friends. You are funding me. I have to quit all kinds of day jobs and whatever to be here. I'm so grateful for your assistance because that's putting the food in my mouth, literally. So when I went on that trip though with Mom, I should have recorded it. I should have put the GoPro on my car and recorded that amazing drive because that whole region's not going to be lush again for a long time now that the Riverside fires burned through there. But when Mom and I were driving down this road and adjacent to the Clackamas River, it's one of the most beautiful drives in the entire nation. I was very scared because up on the hills were all these standing dead trees just looming over the landscape, and it was previous fires from many years ago, but they never salvage logged them off the landscape. So dead trees on top of mountains are the worst thing for fires. Once they burn, pieces of them, you see, every dead tree is going to shatter and fall down. Think Twin Towers falling kind of style, just shattering and falling down. And you know how debris flew everywhere? Well, that's what happens in these firestorms. And if they're on the top of a mountain and there's high winds, well, it's just like throwing a paper airplane out of a 100-story building versus a 10-story building. How far is that airplane going to go? So standing dead trees on mountaintops, I said, oh God, this is one day primed for a bad fire. And 2020 came, and I was right, unfortunately. So Katie Horton says Bagby is shut down now. Is it? Completely? Like, is the trail closed? Because that's surprising. They asked me if I would be a consultant for the fire safety kind of thing, and I know that there's a new group in charge. It was long story short, it was a volunteer group in charge of it, but it got turned over to the Forest Service, and there's been a big controversy about that. Is the Forest Service going to manage it better than the volunteer group of naked hippies who have been doing that since the 60s? So far, the Forest Service has pretty much just charged an entrance fee that never was there before, and that's it. Let it fall apart is what they did. But like I said, it's controversial. It's been closed since the Riverside. I thought it was still open. Uh, so you're saying Estacada was previously known as Stumptown? Well, so was Portland. Um, let's look. Let's look at what's going on. So now, long story short, after 2020, there's even more dead trees all over the landscape, and I want to see if we can get Google Maps up, because I haven't driven there. Let's go to Estacada. This makes me want to do these drives. Like, I haven't been to Detroit Lake since the 2020 fires. I haven't been anywhere near Bagby or Brighton Bush since the 2020 fires. But gas being $5 a gallon again, unless I get some serious donations, that's just going to be on a wish list. But if you guys donate, I will go. I'll put the GoPro in the car. I'll live stream the drive as much as I can. Whatever you guys want, I'll go and look at it. So if we get where's Bull Run? Zigzag, Mount Hood. Nope. No. Where's Davy Creek? Nope. Why can't I orient myself? Where's... Okay, there's... What? Different layer. Bull Run. There it is. I was too far north. Estacada. Okay, it's a cute little town. It's awesome. So let's see if the Google car has gone since the fires. And you know, it might not be this close to Estacada. They really saved Estacada. Estacada itself was entirely evacuated in 2020 so that they could try and fight the Riverside fire. Just put it over here. August 2013. Yeah, I may just have to drive it to see what the... I mean, ODOT put a bunch of videos out, Oregon Department of Transportation. Why did they let this right away get so bushy? This is supposed to be flat. Underneath the big power lines, you shouldn't have any vegetation below them that can burn. This is seriously bad. Oregon is usually much better at this. Better than this, I should say. Maybe it's just right here that it's growing up. I don't know. I see a lot of vegetation growing up in that right away. Nope. This is criminal. I'm literally saying criminal. Like, a lot of this is illegal. You just can't have trees growing up underneath high tension power lines. That's a thing that ruined paradise. Okay, so we don't have a current look at it, but let's look at Watch Duty's update. It says 3 hours ago, but from Oregon Department of Forestry, North Cascade, 30 acres and burning in repod and slash, just like I read earlier. Repod, could somebody explain what that is? They mean replant? Slash is when, whenever logging or say a wind event happens and a bunch of trees fall down and there's just dead stuff on the ground, well, fungus will attack trees and their roots. The fungus is usually in the dead branches above the trees. And so if any of those are knocked down, either through wind and broken trees, and usually salvage logging happens after a big windstorm, or if regular logging occurred and just dead branches and stuff falls and hits the forest floor, they rake it all together into big piles called slash piles, and then they burn it at an appropriate time. So if you've ever gone through the forest and seen logging and then see these giant piles of stuff, you know, everything from dead logs to dead branches. They're trying to combat tree disease. They're trying to combat the mainly the all this dead stuff has the fungus on it. And so it's down there by the trees starting to grow, the little seedlings and the root systems of the healthy trees that they want to maintain health. And so this fungus will just go ham, hard as a beep, um, if you don't, on these trees, unless you burn it. So burning in the slash means it doesn't necessarily mean that logging has occurred, but it usually does, like slash piles. Or maybe just dead stuff that fell off trees that hasn't been raked into a pile yet. Just depends on how far along they were. So let me look back at the chat. Okay. People talking about fruit. If you have any actual, put my feed in your Discord. Broken Fish says, could you do that for me? That'd be awesome. How are you doing, by the way? Okay. If anybody actually has a question about the fire, let me know. Oh, hey, Major, how you doing? I take back everything I said. I don't need you during fear of a fire. You taught me already. PTSD, you got it. I actually don't know what you're saying. But, fruit's looking good this year? Sure. Okay. Let's try to find out from other sources other than Watch Duty what's going on with the 224. So, I see that's River-Siskiyou. Yeah, that's everything to do with the flat fire. Maybe it is a lazy. This is the evacuation map. Wish there was just one for the entire country. Yeah, and that's just on a B alert. So that would be southeast of the town, north side of the river. I'm not even sure what Faraday and Garfield are. I think they're the old. There's an old electric train station that went almost all the way to Mount Hood. Totally blew my mind. But Estacada had a light rail system in the 20s. Like you could get almost to Mount Hood on an electric train in the 20s and go from there all the way to Forest Grove. It was pretty elaborate. It blew my mind. I was looking at old Oregon photos and it's like, oh yeah, the electric train at Estacada. I'm like, the what? Okay, this is far away from Portland. So when you see these things that are not actual town names, they sometimes are the old train stations, and then they become neighborhood names. Things like Tonquin and such. So they're just in the Be Ready area. So let's look at our topo, look at our heat signature, look at our weather, and see what to expect from this. Oh, I have the Forest Service map layer on. So the town's not going to be in it. So we got to switch layer. Yeah, see, STK, the town's up here. I wish the Forest Service maps just went everywhere. They just don't have to have detail where the cities are, but I kind of hate that cities just disappear when you do this. Like, come on. Right, so let's go back to TF Outdoors. This is North Fork of the Clackamas River, going into the main part. And this is the reservoir. There's a neat dam system, and it's super old and just classical looking. And when you drive this, you're going through not only beautiful forest, well, once was beautiful forest, but all this history. This turn of the century Nikola Tesla era type dam stuff. It's a little bit scary because that's the same thing as the Feather River Canyon in Plumas County, in Butte County. I mean, it's Nikola Tesla era power lines, and well, they failed and that burned down Paradise and other places. So, but it all depends on your maintenance, right? PG&E is a special kind of laissez-faire lack of maintenance, but I hope good maintenance has been on in this area. Let's look at global imagery we got here. So logging roads and these little areas where they've clear cut. So remember, this is margin of error, all the big round circles. The nipple of a baby bottle, like just somewhere. This just denotes the center of the circle of the margin of error with modus and veers. So if we want to do recent heat detections, you go to GOES. And GOES is not here. It's saying the last time the GOES satellite went around was 8:49 UTC. Was that 1 minute ago? What time is it in UTC? Zulu time. Oh, what time is UTC in Pacific Standard Time? 8 hours ahead. I don't. So 9 o'clock. What? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this. Maybe, was this a while ago then, or is this now? Like I don't want to do math. Just give me the UTC to PST converter. Wait, is this daylight savings time now? Damn it, I forgot that. Okay, so it's not Pacific Standard Time, it's Pacific Daylight Time. So, God, it is almost 2 a.m. I'm getting tired. It's 9 a.m. Yeah, so it's right now. Minutes ago, and yet there's no heat detection. Interesting. That's good, by the way. Modus and veers. Let's turn those back on. Let's go to all satellites. So I can see why they've told everybody just to the north and to the west, look out, because the fire, if it went down into the north fork of the Clackamas, could easily just crawl right up the slope there. And let me look back at global imagery. See a lot of people living at the end of dead-end roads without a very quick way to evacuate. Just how long does it take you to get to a main road that's paved? When you want to feel secure about staying in a potential fire zone, you want to have 3 main roads, 3 main paved roads in 3 different directions near you. And then you can rest a bit more easy. Oh, sure, Katie, no problem. And thank you, Susan. Yeah. UK time minus 1 hour, gotcha. I can even do math when I'm not sleep deprived and tired. Yep, it's the fire nipple. I stand by my statement. It's the nipple. Top of a baby bottle, though. Okay, so what I'm saying, though, is based on the forecast, I might have pre-evacuated if I lived here, especially at the end of a dead-end road, if I didn't have a pond or something to do a shelter-in-place option in. Because this is a lot of dirt roads and stuff. I can't really tell. And leaving your driveway, getting on the dirt road, getting to the main road. And I only think there's one main road that's paved that goes anywhere, which is this north and south highway, except for this one right here. Let's back it down and see what road that is. There's just 2 main paved roads, and they go in the same direction in general. Southeast, northwest. And then this one is the one that links this entire neighborhood. So if this one were to fire were to spot over to it and block this, you get a lot of people trapped. So when I try to make a decision like should I go to sleep in a fire area, it's not one I've had to personally make too often, but back when we lived in the foothills of California, we had to count the beans. We stayed put because we made shelter-in-place options. We dug 2 ponds behind the house and a third further down in case things got really bad. We built a fire break road, one corner of the property, and we had a big water tank. So for firefighters to use if they came up. So if I lived here and I was next to these bodies of water, I'd feel like, yeah, sure, I could spend the night here. I'd be antsy though with a fire, especially if there were red flag and wind. I mean, just this is a wind tunnel. This Clackamas River is a super wind tunnel. I would not feel good living right above it on this plateau up here. Um, I don't know how much the Riverside fire damaged this area. Locals would have to tell me. Major flat D says it's clear Cave Junction. Stand by your nipple. No idea what that means. Maybe I'm not cool enough. So, oh, you're going to bed, Luna Sparkles? Good night then. Every day trucking in redwood trees with no regulations makes me nervous. Yeah. Oh, what is the red there? Oh, okay. Did I explain that already? That it's the Modus and Beer's margin of error thing? Okay. Now, if we go to the GOES satellites, that's a square margin of error. Guys, my salmon is like getting hot as we speak, so I'm sorry. I have to take some more bites. Let me look and see if we can get like an official update, like a sheriff's office thing. This is what county is this? Clackamas County? Let's go to Clackamas County resources. Let me eat for a second. Let me take a bite. Okay, once again, thanks all the donators. Donors. Oh my God. They'll keep me fed. Okay. You know, when they say have an evacuation plan, have three, please. It's not a plan, it's your plan. How do you plan to survive? You know, I would pitch it to people like that. Not have a plan. A plan. What does that mean? Have your plan to survive. And make it. You know, before you have to ever leave. And then practice it a few times. Drill. Okay. So there's a level 1B ready evacuation notices 7 hours ago. The Clackamas River RV Park, Promontory Park Graham. And always also elevate yourself one evacuation level higher if you have special needs. If you can't just drop everything and go. You know, if you have mobility issues and transportation issues. That's another reason to elevate yourself one over. And you can directly call the police. Directly call the county either 911 if it is an emergency or the non-emergency number to get a ride out, to an evacuation shelter. They'll help you out. And especially in these small communities. Oh no, a canine died of cancer. That's bad. Oh dear. Okay, this is regular crime and oh my God. Yeah, that's local news. A lady was found murdered at a property for sale. But this seems to be the only thing the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office tweeted talking about the latest evacuation. That's about it. So we may not get too much info about this. Last thing that Watch Duty was saying, 30 acres burning in repot and slash. Crews work it overnight. Alright, let's look back at chat and see if looking back at chat. My parents' house is on Tumala, but they are okay for now, but I'm sure they're not sleeping well. Yeah. Well, they're in a very what's the right word for this? They're in a vulnerable spot. I mean, got to say the word vulnerable. Um, but once you've got everything ready to go, if you feel comfortable staying, um, leaving before you're told is always your best option. But once you've got everything to go, sleep in shifts. Just have somebody else watch it. Don't. I'm sorry, I just sneezed. I hit the mute button in time now, I think. Goodness. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, sleep in shifts. Like have somebody, take the night watch. This is where us night owls become very valuable. But it doesn't make sense for everybody to be up all night and then too exhausted during the day. Don't sleep at the same time. Um, we need to look at the weather, and that's going to tell us a lot. Um, let's look at Coin. They have a special wildfires area, and sometimes when they talk about things, brush fire and esticated, be ready evacuation. Sometimes they'll just mention why things are sketchy or not. I think we're still in red flag. As I looked out the window as I helped my mom assemble some IKEA furniture, I started seeing the wind and the hot, 95-degree temperatures, and thought, oh God. So Portland, a brush fire likely on land owned by Weyerhaeuser, that just doesn't say much. Weyerhaeuser owns like almost all the forest of Oregon, I swear to God. It's a big timber company. They said it was around 20. I mean, we got it updated, it's around 30. I saw it around 1 p.m. on a U.S. Forest Service road, blah, 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 in the Ladie Flats area. It said Esticated Fire Department on their Facebook page. Yes, okay, we got a resource. So blah, 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 everybody north of it, get ready to go. I don't know why they're at just a level 1. I'd have everybody at level 2, actually. Like be prepared at a moment's notice. Not just, oh, we told you about something, start preparing. I just put that at level 2. I don't know why not. There's a Sikorsky. Oh, and there's one of those little air tractors. It's a crop dusting plane, little single-seater. Those are cute. So this is either a replant or a literal Christmas tree farm right there. That. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's in the replant. That's why it looks like a Christmas tree farm. They had replanted the forest after some logging. By the age of the trees, I don't know, 3 to 5 years ago. Yeah, there's nothing uglier than a big clear cut. I understand you got to make some meadows and stuff, but I hate clear cutting in general. I don't see the point. Um, yeah, maybe 3 years ago. I don't know. Maybe people can tell me what the age of these kind of trees are. But like I said, 3 years of brush growth, and then you get wildfire potential. That's about the magic year, where things get that tall, taller than a person. Person's nipple high, then it's taller than a person. And if you already have standing dead trees in the landscape, thank God we don't here. You get nightmare mode. At least I feel more confident that they'll get a handle on this if the weather isn't like total crap tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be. Let's check the weather. Because there's no standing dead trees, I feel a lot more confident about this. If they already have a perimeter on the north side, trying to prevent it from going down that ravine and climbing the hill, I'll feel a lot better about this. Katie Horton says they had a jumbo plane on this too. Cool. I missed a show today. And thanks, Smitty, for the bless you. So this is Portland weather. It's relevant. It's close enough. So yeah, 64 is the high of tonight. That's a bit weird. That wasn't the high of today. That was 95-ish. So we're only looking at 77 as a high today. Yay. 10% chance of rain or something. That's just awesome. Okay, let's just watch the forecast.
It is 81 degrees, some clouds. Looks like some folks are getting ready for a dinner cruise, which I don't know. I've never tried the dinner cruise out Port Aclama, but I bet that would be fun. Very warm out there. We make our way to Newport, though. It's 61 degrees. A little bit of clouds, but for the most part, blue skies out at Newport right now. And downtown Portland, here we are. It is 89 degrees. We've seen some partly cloudy conditions this afternoon and evening, but our morning or evening into morning hours, that is, very warm. And we do see some
I just gotta say, she's trying very hard not to crack up and laugh. Probably somebody off camera is like, doing something. She's trying to maintain composure really hard. Working on movie sets, I recognize it when I see it. It's hilarious.
increasing clouds as we go into those morning hours. The winds out of the north at 8 miles per hour. Some weather alerts to get you updated on. None here in the Portland metro area, but there is a red flag warning out towards I-84 east in the lower Columbia Basin of Oregon and Washington. That is because of the critical fire weather danger. That's in effect until tomorrow at 11 p.m. There's also a heat advisory out in central Oregon that will be in effect till 8 p.m. Okay, so what I was trying to look for is with these active wildfires or fires out in the Estacada area, there's going to be some gusty winds, and the relative humidity, though, not too bad. It will be about 44% this evening, but the gusts getting up to 20 miles per hour out there in Estacada. Out in Carson, though, calmer winds, which is good to see with that fire that has started today in Carson. Our current air quality with these fires going this afternoon, thankfully, we are still in the good category around our region right now for this Sunday evening. Daytime highs around our state. Oh boy, another hot day. So much red, purple. 97 daytime high for Bend. For us here in Portland, we were at 92, 10 degrees above where we typically are for this time of year. Astoria, though, beautiful day out there, pleasant 69 degrees for their daytime high. Here's where we're heading. So we do have cloudier and cooler conditions on the way. We will have some relief from this heat, but there is a midweek warm up, and then that elevated fire danger in the gorge is going to continue throughout tomorrow because of dry and breezy conditions. But tomorrow we've got a weather pattern change, so we have cooler temperatures on the way throughout the Pacific Northwest. Doesn't last all that long, though, because then this ridge of high pressure starts to build through the mid part of our week. So that's when we'll see some warmer temps. Tomorrow, though, on the coast, some AM drizzle, mid 60s for a daytime high, some sun breaks in the afternoon on our shoreline. The valley, much cooler, daytime highs in the upper 70s. We'll see some breezy conditions in the afternoon and evening in the gorge. Central Oregon, sunny and 83. Here's our day planner for Portland Monday, starting with plenty of clouds in our morning time in the mid 60s, though. So a warm morning, as then we'll get into the upper 70s by the late afternoon. And then Tuesday, we'll see some morning clouds. Those will kind of usher their way out. Some breezy conditions, though, in the afternoon. Wednesday, we're getting right back into hovering around the 90s. So that midweek warm up, we'll see that. We'll also see plenty of sunshine and dry conditions waiting for the rest of the week.
All right. Thank you, Jamie. Coming up.
I want to know just who behind the camera was trying to make her laugh or something. I bet you that was what was happening. Yeah, I was alarmed by that too. We're gonna have wind gusts. So it looks like it's a brief reprieve, and then after shut up after a brief reprieve from the heat and all that, but we're still gonna have some winds. So just highs in the 70s, but when they talk about high pressure stuff, well, that just means that you get the heat and the stagnation and all that, all that crap. Low pressure is like storms and wetness and rain. And high pressure is like a shield, making everything bounce off of it, like all the weather that would bring some moisture and making it bounce away from us. So that's not great. If we look at windy and put it, not that I hate this, I'm gonna turn on my radar in a second. Load. Or it's the VPN. Load. Load the rest of Oregon. Thank you. Okay. Esticate it. Going. Wind. Why is it Wednesday at night? Okay. So it is Monday. I should be talking about today. Yeah, it's like 2 in the morning. So dead calm with 10-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts occasionally. 11 a.m. a possible 0.02 inches of rain. Woohoo. But I hope there's no possible lightning. Now, is the Bay Area getting the possible thunderstorm thing that somebody mentioned in chat? I'll have to check on this. But look, it's almost a dead calm. I mean, like 6 and 8 mile-an-hour winds forecast. With the occasional wind gusts, though, 16, 17, 18 miles an hour throughout tomorrow. Partially cloudy conditions. At least the lower temperature is going to really allow them to get a handle on things. We did not see a heat signature on Caltopo. Like, that's from earlier today. But GOES has got nothing. And even if we had a heat signature 12 hours ago, it'd be great. We don't have that. So when did this start? Did this stay too small to even trigger GOES? I can't believe that. New fire was reported just 12 hours ago. So I don't know what to make about that. Why GOES doesn't have a signature. I mean, it just could be something like it's just not loading into Caltopo, just some technical kind of reason. Or maybe it's tuned over here to, or maybe the fire just wasn't in super intensity, but Modus and Veers got triggered. I don't know. It just happens sometimes. Broken Fish says we had a huge wind right before and after dark in southern Oregon. Ugh. Yeah, Katie says, swampy, muggy heat. Huh? So moving southeast to Hope and back on the fire to blow itself out. Right. Okay, let's go and check out, is there moisture and stuff heading, is it in California heading for the Pacific Northwest, or what the heck's going on? I was hoping for a more comprehensive look of where is moisture coming in. Yeah, and isn't Hawaii on track to get slammed by this hurricane? Heading straight for it. I can't remember what category it was. It was a 1, then it was a 3. What is that? Like, what is this? That's odd. See weird patterns like that much. So if we hit the play button, I'm on wind, but radar and satellite. Come on, radar and satellite. Stop. So there's some clouds. Aha, there we go. Weather radar. That snapping sound is lightning. That's St. Louis right there. So it's speed of the turtle. It's like a 1-hour time lapse of weather moisture bands. So over Yuba City and Sacramento, Chico, Shingleton, heading for Alturas, which almost never gets some rain. That's nice. I don't see any lightning for the last hour or two, but there's significant moisture. 6 hour. Oh, buy premium. Go to hell. Excuse my language here. Well, we can just hope that it's nice and dry. Somebody was saying there was a fire started at Calusa that was lightning. Let's just go check that out. But I think really they probably could get it under control tomorrow. The 224. That it's in a replant area, they probably can get it under control tonight. It's not too big of an area. They got road access, which is the big difference. I don't see any standing dead trees and snags to be too worried about. I'd be nervous just being located north of it and up on a hill. But their evacuation level 1 is probably because they're probably pretty confident that they can get a handle on it. If you can make the most progress that you need by noon the next day, then it's your best chance of getting a fire under control quickly. And they've pounced on it. They got a lot of resources. So while it's going to be a little bit gusty, it's going to be nice and cool tomorrow relatively. So I feel good about the 224 being it's in the baby trees, you know. So 40-minute ago update, 15.8 acres in Colusa County. Night Ops helicopter on the scene, reporting 20 to 25 acres. Moving in more northerly direction. Ground resources now making access at 12:30 in the morning. Let's see if we can get eyes on this. This is which camera? This is... I can't read it. Sites 1 or something like that. I wish this had a link to the dang cameras. To go manually find it now. So... in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so this is past... These look like hills. When you drive through them, they feel like hills, but you could see very clearly they are fault lines. A fault is, you know, where earthquakes happen and stuff because it's a weakness, a crack in the earth itself. Like, take a nice hard-boiled egg and whack it with a spoon, and the cracks, the weak spots in it, right? I don't know how many are active. Many of them are very historical, but when you see the ground looking like that, that's not hills. It's just the ground broke apart in lines there. So, Ladoga, never even heard of it. East Park Reservoir. Boss hog hunting. Okay. Really low population area of California. Just very dry, hilly, and that's it. Just dry and hilly. And that's it. So, you got good road access here, or right of ways for power lines. Yeah. Not too terribly concerned about this one. There's just not a whole lot of water nearby to dip in, but you know, it can be really bad more towards the Mendocino National Forest. Up here, you've got a lot of thicker brush, and brush becomes like a scrubby forest, and then you've got lots of deep terrain to worry about. But that far south, that isn't too horrible. It's still more like a brush fire. Here's Estacadas. Forgot to click on this tab. I last updated this 9 hours ago. Yeah, the trees aren't too mature. Yeah, that makes all the difference. Now, they won't be burning slash this time of year. It's mostly done in the spring and such, and when there's like some pretty moist weather, sometimes during summer, but they usually just don't do that during summer. What a neat picture. Wow. That's an air tractor. When they're yellow, we were calling them yellow submarines, just ugly little planes, but they do good work. So 4 days ago, they were going to have an East Clackamas County Unified Civil Service Commission to hold its regularly scheduled meeting. on Thursday the 20th, 9 a.m. The Estacada Fire District Administration Building. Something tells me they might be busy. So, thank you again. I'm going to play a game a bit and maybe sleep. Which game? I really like games. They're really good to take your mind off of stuff. I always thought about what can I do in the downtime during fires. Like say I monitored a fire all day. You know, we sometimes struggle to find stuff to talk about. And sometimes we want to get our minds off of stuff, so I would do stuff like reading storybook, children's books, things that were out of copyright, you know, cracking jokes and just telling stories. But I have to save my voice a lot of the time, too. After speaking like 14 hours at a time on the long duty shifts, Minecraft or Wims. What's Wims? I always heard Minecraft was good, but I never wanted to pay for it because I'm cheap. Oh, Sims. Okay, yeah. Why not? You ever tried Valheim? I really like that. If you like Minecraft, you really might enjoy Valheim. That was a really good one. It's pretty cheap. The storms in Valheim, you basically play like a Viking warrior on a endlessly expansive, huge world, and it's full of islands, so you make your own Viking longships. And any computer can handle it because it's got the Minecraft kind of level of graphics. But it's got really good physics. You could chop down any tree and turn that into a longship or a longhouse. And you know, you fight stuff from Nordic mythology like sea serpents and trolls. Yeah, it's very good. The combat system isn't too like difficult, but definitely stay within your lane if you don't. I mean, you can make combat really difficult. You can go way beyond your level. Don't do that. Just, you know, until the learning curve happens. Yeah, the whole world is like a puzzle, and you could terraform a little bit. You can't really tunnel. Maybe you can now. They may have added it, but you could dig down into the earth, and say if you were on the shoreline and you dug and dug a pit deeper, then you'd reach the water table, and your pit would fill with water. And then you could think about, okay, I'll just dig a little bit further to the actual bay, and you've realized I just dug myself like a boathouse, and I can put my longship in it, and then I can build a roof over it, and I can sail my longship into it. It's really good, but get a lot of mods. That's all I gotta say. Minecraft looked a little bit too simple, like a kid's game, where something like Valheim was not quite as intense as Ark, and not as intense as 7 Days to Die, but a nice happy medium in between. Yeah, that's the Wildfire. Do we have any new? We don't have any new Watch Duty updates. Wildfire, that one that's in the Mount Hood National Forest. We've got a video to watch.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Merritt, and I'm going to be giving the operations briefing for July 16th for the Boulder Fire. Starting here over in Division Whiskey, crews yesterday continued the mop up around the perimeter of the fire. Pretty much have got 50 feet of line done around the inside of this with the mop up. It's looking pretty good on that side. We have a little bit of interior heat and some unburned islands at the north end there. That's cleaning up a little bit, but it's starting to look pretty good. For today's operations, they will continue mop up, and we're hoping to work towards that 100-foot mop up in on the inside of the perimeter as well. Moving over to Division Echo, very similar. They completed about 50 feet of mop up around the interior perimeter of that as well. And they again will be working today to try to get up to about 100 feet. The contingency group that was moved into Division Echo also continues to open up the road, the 4860 road, and brush that up for access up towards the Grasshopper Point area out in there. Division Echo also has some of the contingency resources, and they continue to open up the 4860 road as they head up north towards Grasshopper Point. Also, in operations, they've been flying the UAS, the drone, with the infrared capabilities to look and see if they've found any heat across the Boulder Creek area, and they have not found any at this time. And kind of looking down both on the echo side of the fire as well as down to the south here, looking for heat, and they will be flying that again today as well. So, thank you very much.
I forgot to mention, it wasn't the Boulder
Given the
fire.
operations.
Yeah, sorry. It wasn't the Boulder fire, but yeah, is it off watch duty already? Where is it? Where's the Devil's Butte? Yeah, here. Devil's Butte fire, even though there were all these sunny reports at the time that I was reading just watch duty. Meanwhile, the news outlets are reporting that 2 fire trucks got melted. And that wasn't on watch duty. And, you know, after my broadcast ended, it was like, what? So the crews made it like they ran away from their trucks. The trucks got melted. Some serious beep happened there. And I don't have much more information than that, but they said that on Coin. And that's just a disconnect where just because a bunch of cool people are reporting, you know, on watch duty doesn't mean you're getting the full picture. Watch duty is much more accurate for California things because the people who have been tracking California fires are used to reporting on it, and they're watching California like a hawk. Like the god known as CA Fire Scanner on Twitter, right? He just lives in New Zealand and for some reason just turns on California's radio and scans for fire information like all the time. So the information for Oregon is like they're still getting volunteers. They're still getting people. You know, many of the fires are just like auto-reported by some database, right? Yeah, Katie, that's two trucks melted there. And when you're saying that you like puzzle games too, my doctor said that for distraction from my pain and anxiety is to keep my brain occupied with things like that or type on my stories. Absolutely. Nothing quite works out your emotions like writing does. There's been all these things. It's not like I can quote and send people to them. But when you actually don't just think about your pain, but write it out, whether it's a made-up story or something, or just expressive creative stuff, or just journaling or whatever, you really are purging it from you. It's not like the pain goes away or whatnot, but it's super good for the healing process. Your brain becomes satisfied that you confront it. And your subconscious mind becomes satisfied that you have confronted what is bothering you. And you'll get a peaceful feeling after that. It may not be the same day, but you'll then sleep, wake up, and your subconscious will stop bothering you with thinking about the thing. And it's called rumination, right? You have bulging discs and stenosis from a car wreck. God, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I've had my accidents and bang-ups too. It's but oh, whoops! I accidentally went to Twitter. It's got to be a DC-10. But whenever, especially if you're plagued by nightmares or things you can't stop thinking about, you know, rolling around in your head, there's all these people have useless advice like, don't think of it. Well, no kidding. Well, it's painful whenever I think about something. Well, don't think about it. It's not like you can control that. A lot of like psychologists will try to make you feel bad, like you're focusing on the bad, or you know, and people with well-meaning advice. I have a totally different take on it, and that is your subconscious will always try to make you confront what's bothering you because it could see that it's eating you alive. You'll get these nightmares, especially. Even if it seems like it's about a certain subject, they're really too vague to be about the subject, right? If you witness something traumatic and you just keep having a nightmare about it, that may not actually be what is bothering you. You still haven't confronted something and you haven't done something. It's just like I used to have a reoccurring dream of being trapped in my bedroom when I was like a young teenager. And I wake up and my room's on fire and I go to leave and my door is locked somehow from the outside. I can't get out and I can't open my window and the fire's all around me and then I wake up in a cold sweat. And it turned out that you just got to boil it down to the dream meanings, just down to their very essence. What is your own bedroom when you're a kid? It's your only place of safety, right? It's your home. And so when your own feeling of safety is violated, what fire usually means is anger. So, and you are afraid of it, you're afraid of somebody else's anger. So I was actually terrified of an adult that was taking away my sense of safety because they were like, they could get angry at the drop of a hat. And so not feeling secure in what I thought was my own place of safety was a problem. Like, it's a big psychological problem. And it's like, hey, confront this. And so when I had like a dream analysis with like therapy, I realized fire wasn't what I was afraid of. It was that person's anger. And I was also having reoccurring nightmares of a volcano. Like I'm walking on Mount Lassen or something and it erupts right below my feet. And I'm thrown into the sky and blown up, right? And that is what it's like to be around emotionally unstable, totally angry people. So when I realized that and started realizing I needed to either get away from this person or tell my parents, please don't have this person over anymore. They're scaring the crap out of me as a kid. They need to change their behavior, or don't leave me alone with this person, right? It stopped. So what was my subconscious doing? It knew that I already hated fire. Like I hated it since I watched Backdraft as a kid and got totally scared of it, right? So my subconscious wanted my attention very, very badly. So it'll just grab what terrifies you the most to tell you something else. You just need to boil down things like that to their basic elements. And then when you finally figure out and make a decision, it's that point that it stops. Make a decision about what to do about the thing bothering you. It'll all just stop. And that really helps with anxiety. And so if you're just ruminating on a subject and it bothers you and you keep thinking about it, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just your subconscious is saying, would you please deal with this thing that I really think you should attend? It's trying to help you. And, maybe not overanalyzing something, but just write it out. Just write out your feelings, make a plan, go to sleep. There you go. Just write it out. I think this is bothering me. Notepad by your desk. I think I can do something about this, and I'll attend to it tomorrow. Go to sleep. So, wow. It's 100% contained. It was a fast-moving grass fire. And I hope this helps, by the way. Biggest fear I have is a dream of nuclear war. Yeah. So just boil that down. When it's about you, it's not about the world. You're not afraid for the world, even though you are just in general. If you're a caring person, you might vaguely be worried about it. And it might be in the headlines. I mean, we're in a proxy war with Russia right now. It's actually really tense. Like Bay of Pigs era, Cuban Missile Crisis stuff right now. So, but what your dream is it's about you. It's just your subconscious trying to do its damnedest to get your attention with something scary. Say, this is a pressing concern. Don't ignore it. I will make you look at what I want you to look at. And just find out what it means to you. Like if you're thinking mutually assured destruction, are you in a scenario where you feel like if you do something, if you react to somebody else's aggression, just nothing good's going to come of it, that you're both going to go down? You know, just start thinking about it in those kind of terms. This fire was, look at the satellite, the Devil's Butte one. I'm sure glad that it's over. It was mostly a fast-moving grass, you know, home on the range cattle type fire. It's 100% contained. Now they mentioned something happening at Carson. Now there's Carson, and I love Carson Hot Springs. That is the sweetest little resort that nobody's ever heard of, and it's been there since the 1800s. It is really cool. Now this is a hot spring kind of indoor facility where you have clawfoot bathtubs, and so there's like a women's bath area and then a different bathhouse for men, but you pull curtains in between, you know, but you're like in 1800s clawfoot bathtubs, and then they have a hot swimming pool of hot springs water, and you can get a massage there, and you get wrapped up and, you know, mud on your face and all this cool stuff. It's not yuppie though. It's more like an 1800s time capsule of like a, what do you call a sanitarium? It's really sweet. So I am very worried about Carson. Like I don't want to see Carson get hit by fire because everything is vulnerable in the gorge. We saw that in the crazy Eagle Creek fire of 2017, and just now, just to the east of here, right here, was yesterday's news. Early July's Tunnel 5 fire, right? Which there's still like poor guys who are trying to extinguish all the little hot spots and the roots and the tree trunks there and the stumps. They have to rappel down the cliffs, and they've been attacked by bees, and they're almost all completely itching and infected with poison oak. Like they have to push themselves through poison oak to get to the trees still on fire on the cliffs after they rappelled down it. They're rappelling right into poison oak. Man, they really are heroes. What they go through is just awful. So Carson is just to the west. Very small, cute little town. And to the north here, off of the Wind River Road, is Bear Creek Fire. 7 hours ago is our last update from Skamania County Sheriff's Office. They're like, not again! The Tunnel 5 fire, not again. So they had level 3 evacuations on a small side road here, and it was reduced to a level 2, get ready to go. Old State Road remains at level 1. Sort of get the alert, get ready. Fire crews made quick progress on the fire and have recommended a reduction in evacuation levels. So I don't see a different update beyond 5 acres. So it may be out already with nobody really updating watch duty yet. I really hope so. So let's go back up here. Oh, brain damage too. God, I'm so sorry. It took a year and a half to be able to spell small worlds correctly. Jeez. Yeah, I'm so sorry I had to go through that. Oh, it's relaxing. I love a massage. Yeah, they do pretty good out there. I just want to show you this Carson Hot Springs. Now, there's a ghost story thing, and I try not to tell ghost stories because I just remember this is Washington, not the one that's deluxe in California or whatever. Now this is the new bathhouse to the right that did. Wait, don't, dang it. This is I can't stop the rotation of the pictures here. Where is it? History. Maybe they have a picture with history. It don't. Okay, my ad blocker is on. Excuse me. I wanted that picture was perfect and it moved. Home. yeah, you see the white building in the back? That's the 1800s original building. It rotates. You just have to wait. So the new thing see the white building's original to the 1800s resort. Okay, that's nowhere nearby. I don't know why they're showing Multnomah Falls there, but okay, here's the new bathhouse and like little swimming pool thing. Unfortunately, they don't have a cold pool because once you get really hot, if you jump into ice water, all of your muscles instantly relax. It doesn't feel like ice water. It doesn't even feel cold. And that's the Russian and Finnish banya tradition. So there's a lot of Ukrainians and Russians who come out here, especially during winter. Nothing relaxes your body more. But so right here in the parking lot in front of that white building was a murder. Now, I love historic places, and unfortunately, the paranormal crowd can be very young and very, well, not respectful of history. Not the right kind of crowd for that. So whenever you tell a ghost story of like a historic place and it's not the kind of place that has security or it's not in civilization, you really run the risk of getting a stampede of like paranormal ghost hunter superstitious youth that oftentimes bring candles and stuff, trying to summon the dead, do seances and Ouija boards. And then you see these places get trashed and burned down because it's just a bunch of youth trying to get their spook on. Like, really, I can't tell people, just please don't tell ghost stories about random places in the woods, right? I don't believe in them myself. It's just that I just don't see any evidence for them. And as intuitive and special feelings that I get, as intuitive as I am, I've never felt like a ghost or anything. Either way, I'm into ghost towns. That means the town died, not any people. It's not paranormal. It means the town got abandoned. That's all it means. So, but this place is active, so I can tell the murder story. You know, there is security here. It's not going to get trashed. It's not like it's in the middle of nowhere. So right in front of this front door out here, right in this parking lot, the original hotel, if we go to the history part, resort history, 1876, Isidore St. Martin was on a, or Isidore, I don't know how to say that name, was on a hunting expedition when he discovered a hot spring bubbling up through the rocks of a riverbed. And when he slipped his hand into the water, he was shocked to find it comfortable to the touch. St. Martin marked the spot with the intention of filing an Indian homestead claim on the site. Indian homestead claim, I never heard of what that is. And he headed home to his wife. Indian homestead claim. I would have thought that would be the Donation Claim Land Act, which gave away Oregon Territory land. I'll have to look up what the heck this is. Anyway, St. Martin's wife, Margaret, suffered from neuralgia, a disorder that causes severe pain and damaged nerves. So oftentimes she was so crippled by the disorder that she was unable to eat, sleep, or leave the home for days at a time. St. Martin told her about the springs and excitedly discussed the healing capabilities that lay within the waters. And so in the late 1800s, there was a belief that hot springs had a healing effect, just kind of like medieval times too. And so there were all these resorts that opened up, and it's true. They do have a healing effect. It's not permanent. It's not like you jump in water and you come out and your blindness is cured or your leprosy is cured. But it really does help. A variety of neurological, psychological, and chronic pain conditions. There's something more to it. There's minerals, and the cocktail of minerals can really change, say, a person, because a lot of times there's lithium in the water, which like is medication for today's bipolar, manic depression. So not only were people supposed to swim in the water, but they were encouraged to drink the purified spring water too. So if you spend a month at a place like this, oftentimes you would really come out much better. However, at turn of the century, after World War II, there were a bunch of people who just hated the ideas of hot springs and thought it was quackery, and so they said, look, there's nothing different than taking a hot bath. And so all these places folded, like they went out of business, even these elegant, 1875, Victorian type, amazing mansion type hotels went out of business because these vindictive and spiteful people were like, oh, this is quackery, but it wasn't. You go get pampered, you go get taken care of, you get massage, you get therapeutic bathing, they usually offered a variety of physical therapy activities too. You are going to get better. There's a reason why World War II and World War One troopers were sent to these places. They got better, and you just felt better. So, unfortunately, very few of these survive. So this one surviving since 1875-ish is incredible. And the ones that did manage to survive, a lot of times their original buildings are gone because of a fire or something. This original building is here. So I can't tell you how special this place is. So, anyway, months went by as the couple anxiously awaited the approval of their Indian homestead claim, when finally the day arrived, they obtained the legal rights to the springs. St. Martin took Margaret to bathe in the waters, and to their joy, she experienced immense relief from the neuralgia. Word spread of the power of the waters, so in 1897, St. Martin began constructing a safe place for those in need of taking the waters. It's like taking the cure, taking the waters. Since then, we have diligently worked to maintain much of St. Martin's original authentic charm. The historical hotel was completed in 1901 and is still being used today, as are the cabins and bathhouse, which were added in 1923. The name was changed to Carson Hot Springs in the early 1970s, reflecting a new era of the ancient practice of taking the waters. This doesn't even mention the murder. I thought I was reading you guys the murder story. Conspicuously absent. We hope to provide guests with a genuine bathing experience, as the tradition is the water of Carson Hot Springs. So if you go into that white building, there's all kinds of newspaper clippings from the murder. So let me just try to Google that. Carson Hot Springs, Washington, the murder. So maybe it's on the Wikipedia or something. Washington haunted houses. I don't even want to click on something like that. OregonDiscovery.com. Is this Washington? Anyway, maybe this will tell the story of the murder. So, once Isidore Martin obtained property rights of the land, he dug a hole in the ground around the area where the steam was coming out. His wife used it to bathe in nature. This says to cure her disease. Well, whatever. It doesn't cure anything, but the new landowner realized that healing geothermal water can help him earn money. He decided to build a resort with a bathhouse, blah, blah, blah. But Isidore St. Martin died in 1910 from a knife wound after being stabbed by one of the visitors. His family continued managing the property for 64 more years after his death. In 1923, another bathhouse and 14 one-bedroom homes for the visitors were constructed. The old bathhouse still functions, offering mineral baths almost the same way it was done nearly 100 years ago. And I watched them construct this pool around 2017-ish, something like that. It wasn't ready, and we came back in 2018 or something. I think it was right before the Eagle Creek fire. It might have been 2015. I'll have to look at my photos. Major Flat D says, I always felt better by the creek just thinking about the waterworks. Yeah, it's definitely healing. Galactic Jack says, I don't know what to call it, but there's definitely something in the woods, the wood beast or magic, I don't know, but it's out there. Nature is healing. He says, I prefer natural medicine over the pharmacy, but some pharmacy drugs are okay, but not all of them. Yep. So this white building, the main lobby, where you go to like buy your ticket for the day use, whatever. When you go up in there, there's like a time capsule to 1800s and stuff. There's old pictures of old guests throughout the centuries, but these upper floors were closed off, and I said, "Can I go look?" I was like, "What do you mean they're closed off to visitors?" I would have expected that the old hotel, they just reopened the old buildings, right? They said, "No, they're in a decrepit state, these rooms up there." I was like, I gotta see this. Can I go up there and take some photos just for my history show that I want to put on YouTube? And they're like, no, I probably should have just like slipped somebody $100 or something, but I would have been in trouble if I put that on the internet anyway and showed people. Uh, it's something where you really have to talk to the landowners and don't do anything sneaky, Um, it may just be lead paint peeling off the walls and some mold issues or something, or just it's maybe just unsightly. But the guy died right about here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but right out in the front porch. And I can't remember why he was stabbed. Uh, this just makes a casual mention of it. Um, it was a debate though, and it's severely overreactive. Um, if we can get a less spooky kind of a more historical like article, I'd rather. Yeah, here's a nice picture of that. I'd rather read that. Um, do Yeah, it's just saying he was just stabbed to death by one of the visitors. Uh, huh. The spooky ghost story websites tend to embellish things like crazy. Um, just don't even want to click on that. Yeah, in a dispute over claims about the water's healing power. Okay, let's see that. Oh, somebody's blog is 2017. Um, yeah, guests haven't slept in that hotel in more than 10 years. The lobby is now used as a reception area. That's true. The two new hotels adjacent provide more modern accommodations, and that's what I don't like about them. They're soulless motel type feeling. I want to be in the 1800s section. So, blah blah blah. Um, yes, I saw the ghost. Oh, God. The thing is, if I sat in the lobby and I watched people come and go and park in that little parking spot right where the murder happened, nobody like gets out of their car and goes, "Oh, I feel something. What is this?" Even after dusk falls, nobody knows this murder happened there unless you go and tell people. So, let's see. This I'm not even gonna trust whatever this person says about the murder, but they got into an argument. The argument spilled out into the parking lot. I think it was something like a guest didn't want to pay or something. He goes out and he's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And instead of continuing the argument or whatever, the guy just whipped out a knife and just plunged it into his chest. That's my vague recollection of that. But it's a special place to me. Very, very rare. Now, I need to find out if Bagby Hot Springs is going to reopen because it being closed still is quite concerning to me. Like ever since the fires, like the Lion's Head and the Beachy Creek of 2020, uh, I haven't been back there, and I thought that it was open again. It was this like island, Bagby Hot Springs, of unburned area. It's United States Department of Agriculture. January 2023, a permit was issued to a new concessionaire to operate Bagby Hot Springs for 20 years through the year 2042. Bagby Preservation Inc. was founded by longtime Bagby Hot Springs advocates Mike and Tamara Rezavi. They bring professional hot springs experience. They already own and operate 2 of them in Eastern Oregon. Really? It has much work ahead of it. The site has been closed since 2020, and much of the facilities are non-functional or heavily vandalized. Yeah. There were some arsonists who tried to burn down the original cabins. We're working to get staff on site, begin to restore the facilities to operational capacity. Long term, we want to restore it to the best it's ever been. Bagby Hot Springs and the campground are still hoping to open this year. So in 2023. Bagby Preservation Inc. will also be operating Ripplebrook Store. I thought that burned down under their permit. Oh, it says while the building survived a Riverside fire, there was a fair amount of interior damage. Work's currently underway to renovate it. Oh, I'm so glad the building in general survived. I have a story about that place too. One of my crazy stories, and then I'm gonna go to bed. It's 3 in the morning. Oh, it's not open. Well, the Ripplebrook store, maybe it's open. The springs are not. So it was something that I was always angry at the Forest Service. People wanted to go there year-round 365, right? And going there at night was the only way to avoid the giant lines. I mean, you would just sit there with your bathing gear, and people would just be lounging, because you want to lounge in a hot spring. And people get pretty angry. They had like one outhouse for, hundreds of people a day. So you can imagine how bad that smelled, and you just didn't want to use it. So everybody was like going off into the random parts of the woods to go use the forest as an outhouse that was unsanitary. And so I always heard those things. So I only ever went there at night. I think I've only been there once in the day. And so when I dated a guy, he was a baker, so he got off at all random hours. So sometimes we'd go there in the middle of the night and leave at dawn. But that was when it wasn't in much use. And you just bring a flashlight and walk the trail. It's not like you can get lost. Just seeing the stars at the open end of the top of the bathhouse. You just lounge totally naked if you want to be. Most people are. And just total strangers. You can go into the private bathhouse areas where they had hollowed out logs from the 1930s. And then they had the public areas where they're like, the vats that look like where you'd squish wine grapes with your feet. And so there's one of those where you just, before you strip naked, you go, hey, anywhere around here like bothered by nakedness? Nobody cares. It's hippie stuff. I mean, since the 60s, it's been clothing optional, right? Maybe even before. Maybe even the 30s. And you just hang your stuff on the peg, and sometimes it would snow. And when it was snowing on you and you're in this hot, steamy bath, it was just delightful to get these little icy snowflakes on you when you're already hot. It was just great. One time a storm came up, and we just kept warm in the baths. Like, we'll be fine as long as we're in the hot water, right? And it always kind of sucked because you have to walk back to your car wet. But as long as you bring wool, and this is why I love wool, and I keep telling people wool blankets. Like if you have to shelter from a wildfire in the water, it'll keep you warm. So as long as you're wearing wool gear, silk underwear, like the pajamas type stuff, like Under Armour but silk, right? You'll be warm even though you're wet, walking all the way 6 miles back to your car. Even in December or whatever. But what made me mad is everybody wants to go there 365, but you can never tell if the road's going to be open because they plowed the entire highway there until you got right up to the facility. The last 1 mile of road, they wouldn't plow to get to the trail's origin, the parking lot with the trail. And so tons of people would go there and find 1 to 2 feet of snow on the ground on that road And you have to make that decision of, can my 4x4 truck kind of blaze its own trail? Do I have the clearance? Or am I going to sink down the snow too much? And so sometimes the guys in the big trucks would try to, make ruts deep enough so that other cars could follow. And people would get out with shovels and try to, make it so that lower clearance cars could go. Well, people got stuck in the snow all the time. And so what they do, the Forest Service puts this thing like, it's not plowed in winter. And that's it. Like, people have been getting stuck in the snow for 30 years in a row. Will you please plow the damn thing? Don't just tell people road not plowed in winter. Because sometimes we had to drive, 2.5 hours from Portland to get there all throughout the night just to arrive and find out it's impassable the last 1/2 mile to get to it. It was just dumb. So I was hoping when the Forest Service took over, which they did for several years, when the Friends of Bagby Hot Springs group broke down, we just plowed, the 1 or 2 miles that you normally don't. Nope. Just the same old thing where we won't tell you whether or not it's accessible today. We'll just, people had to respond. There was a Facebook page where people would say, can you access it today? This is really cool, like to go there for Christmas or something. But you wouldn't know. Like people would say, yeah, it was, but I was there 18 hours ago. And you have to check the weather. Did it snow over there? Why not just put up a trail cam, like a webcam? But a couple times we went there, drove 2.5 to 3 hours through the night just to turn back. And a couple times I had to pull people out of the dang ditch. So that's interesting. I thought for sure Bagby was back open, but this nice picturesque picture here. This is the bathhouse with the private tubs on the left. Excuse me. There's another one off camera that you can't see, but the one here with the private tubs, where you have a door and everything, and people can't see you in there. There were, I think, 6 different stalls, like 6 of those hollowed out logs from the Depression era. This was all built in the 1930s, all this affair. Right behind this tree is a cold tub, like of ice water. And so if you pulled out this wooden plug in the private tubs, it was just boiling water, right? So in order to, way too scalding to the touch, you had to go get buckets full of the ice water and take them over and pour them in your. It's almost like a canoe, but it's not, that you would be in to even out the water temperature. Over here to the right, it was more deluxe, and you could see the vat right there. That's like the wine presser's vat, where like 8 people could sit around on benches like in a big hot tub, right? So there's 3 of those over here, and they just let it rot to hell. So the floor collapsed to the left last time I was there, and they had that taped off, like danger, do not enter. Everybody was crowding that one on the right. And when I took my mom there for that one Christmas, and it was just a shame that they let it get that bad. So I don't know what the state would be right now, but I'm sure that maybe this bathhouse on the left, I mean, just nobody preserved it, and it might have collapsed by now. But this is a very sacred place. There's old growth, gigantic trees. The entire trail it's just incredible. The Bagby Hot Springs Trail. The Opal Creek Wilderness used to be like that before we lost it. And I can't believe I'm saying, we lost the Opal Creek Wilderness, but we did. Yeah, these are the giant wine press tubs people can be in. Oh wow. And here's the dugout logs, but they created rooms in between them. They had walls for privacy. time I was there. This is a somewhat older picture. So if you saw the gigantic trees there, huge. So this is after the construction of the walls there. But these were on the National Register. These were 1920s or whatever old growth wood that they found that had already fallen naturally, and that they hollowed out in Native American style to make the tubs. So where's the giant tree? So that's Cougar Hot Springs. That has nothing to do with this. Anyway, since we lost the Opal Creek Wilderness, this is one of the last places you can see true Cascades old growth. We're talking gigantic trees. The old growth. Every once in a while, I show people before and after with the Opal Creek Wilderness, but I can't emotionally handle it right now. That loss is too great for me to even talk about. I would have thought that somebody would have had. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling really quick here. I'm just looking for some of the old growth trees on the trail. This is weird that. I mean, usually it's boom. Oh, here's the. I've never seen this before. This is it was a ranger station, and this old cabin, wow, it still exists. But some arsonist jerks went inside and lit this cabin on fire. But thank God it didn't take. It just charred everything, and the cabin kind of got blackened. Oh yeah, that's them trying to do repair. Why are these pictures tiny? Nothing quite makes me see red like an arsonist. Oh, here it is. The giant trees. There's no person in it for scale, which is sad, but quite an amazing place. So anyway, if you want me to go visit, I mean, I might get special permission from this new society. They wanted my take on how to protect it from fire, and I think it's going to be quite a challenge. So far, luck has protected it from fire. We already lost Brighton Bush, just to the south. There's no fire access roads, etc. Bunch of random photos here. This is Bagby though. I said you've got to clear some helicopter landing pads. You've got to get road access for at least fire trucks. Put a gate on it so that yahoos don't go up there. But like you're gonna lose it because just whoa, that's nakedness. Sorry, nobody saw that. I said you're gonna lose it if you don't prepare for fire, and then because you've got an ever flowing source of water, they could set up the sprinklers that would wet down the buildings, but that's not going to save them from what happened at Jawbone Flats, nearby a ghost town that got lost at Opal Creek with fatalities. They had sprinklers all over the roofs for their old cabins, but that didn't save them from the trees that were on fire. And when trees are on fire, they fall down, and then they crushed some of the buildings. And when giant limbs on fire hit your buildings, like it's game over. You've got to really strategically think about how to protect it from fire. Like you may have to run sprinklers to the tops of these trees. Like you got to think about stuff like that. But I hope to work with them a little bit. I was honored that they asked me, but I'm not sure if the people who asked me were the people who just got control of Bagby. So, I mean, if it's not those people, you didn't see it, yeah. Somebody, I'll flash it real quick. Wait, where'd it go? It's somebody with a towel, but not over their derriere. Yeah, moment for the stream there. Does this change? I've got a bunch of funny stories. Oh, I was going to tell you about the Ripplebrook story though. Largest bear. Now, it's not like I've seen a lot of bears, but I was driving back home from Bagby with a half asleep boyfriend at the time. Like I said, he worked at late night being a baker, so since I'm a night owl, I would just wake up, pick him up from work, which he might get off at 2 in the morning or something, drive over to Bagby, spend a couple hours, then he'd be sleeping on the way back home. So there it is, that right there, naked person. You didn't see it. So it's one of those weird things happen to me stories. He goes, "It's my birthday," on the way to Bagby, and I was like, "Yeah, make a wish, birthday boy." And he goes, "I want to see a bear." I said, "No, you don't. Don't do that wish." Excuse me, I gotta get a drink out of the kitchen here. I said, "I do not want to encounter a bear on the trail that we're going on to, where we're unarmed, and helpless." He goes, "But I've never seen a bear." I said, "Go to the zoo." He goes, "Well, I've seen bears at the zoo." And I said, "Well, you've seen a bear then." He goes, "No, but I want to see a bear in the woods." Why? That's gonna be scary, man. Like, guaranteed. You don't want to see a bear in the woods. You know how much time I spent in the Plumas National Forest in the Sierras? I've never seen one. And I was there like 1/2 of the year, just walking around outside all the time, picnic areas and cabins and campgrounds. I've seen their tracks, seen their scat, but they hear you coming and they run. You're not just going to see a bear. If you do, it doesn't have fear of man, and that will be scary because it doesn't have fear of man. He goes, "But I want to see a bear." I said, "For God's sake, please change your wish. You understand that when I'm with people, magical things happen, right? Weird things happen to me." And he smiles and he goes, "I want to see a bear." I went, "Oh my God, fine. Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen." So here I am. I launch into you're never going to see a bear in the woods and I slam on the brakes because a bear runs out in front of my car. It runs right past and goes up an embankment. It was a pretty young one, like, not a cub yet, but it's not an adult. He goes, "Whoa, you are magic." Did I mention he was like really sleep deprived and half intoxicated? And my jaw's open and I'm like, that's the first time I've ever seen a bear. A wild one. He goes, "Cool." I'm like, oh, I almost hit it. It's big, that's bad. I said, "Okay, I'm going to file that under weird things happen to me." Katie Horton says, "Like the one that charged at my dad, he punched it in the nose and ran off." Oh my God, that's hardcore, man. He's in the Bear Punchers Club, and that's a really exclusive club. Major says, "Cool, yeah." So it continues up. So I said, "Wow, okay. Looks like it's your special night, and I'm your catalyst for magic. So can you wish for something that's like useful, like money?" He goes, "Nah." I said, "Come on now. I want to wish now." No, I didn't hit it. Could have though. It was pretty close. So I said, "Will you please wish for money? I'm kind of broke, And he goes, "Nah, I know what I'm going to wish for." "What? What are you going to wish for?" He goes, "I want to see another bear." I went, "Oh my God. You're hopeless. And you're intoxicated. Oh my God." And he just grins to himself, falls asleep in my car. So I said, "Okay." We get out the Bagby trailhead. And we start walking up with our flashlights and our backpack of snacks and stuff and our bathing suits we never used but just took just in case, because you never know when a park ranger's going to show up or something. And officially nudity was banned, but nobody wore bathing suits. And you know, you have your jacket and everything, and snacks, and you know, alcohol was banned, but people brought beer and wine. It and they brought their, you know, uh, it was the most chill hippie thing. It wasn't like hard drugs being dealt in the parking lot and like people, you know, no, it was just hippie stuff. But the black bear family that is AR. So so we go along the trail, and I'm still trying to convince him to wish for something else. I said, "Can you wish for gold or something? Money, gold? That would be cool to find." And he goes, "Nah, man, I want to see a bear." We get up there, we do the hot springs thing, we come down, and it's before dawn, that time when critters are active, you know. And we're wet and putting the heat on, you know, in the car. And this was autumn, I believe, and late autumn. It was like frosty, breath freezing kind of stuff. And they mind their bear business. So I'm still, as we're walking back down the trail, right? Excuse me, I'm ahead of the story. I said, "Would you please wish for money and gold?" He goes, "Fine, I wish for money and gold." Thank you. Come around the bend, and the first thing I see is a falling out of somebody's bag is a USB charging cord, you know, for a phone or something. And I picked it up. I said, "Whoa, you understand there's gold-plated tips in every USB cord?" He just laughs. He goes, "Yeah, man, my wishes are coming true today." I'm like, "Holy crap, they are." And I'm just joking. I put it in my pocket to do recycling, you know. And I said, "What about the money?" He goes, "Okay, I wish for money." Well, we get back towards the parking lot, and right before we get there, there's a dollar bill laying on the ground. I still have this dollar bill. That is the lucky dollar bill, right? I said, "Oh, okay, please change this to wishing for a lot of money, okay? Because your wishes are coming true." We're just having a fun laugh at this. Get in the car, we turn on the heat, and he goes, "No." And he starts drifting off to sleep, and I'm like punching him. I said, "You better wish for a lot of money right now. Wish for winning the lottery or something. In fact, we should take this dollar and buy the Powerball." He goes, "No." I said, "Do it." And I'm like shaking him. He goes, "That's it. I wish to see another bear, and that's it. That's all." And he goes, I went, "Oh, we're never going to get rich now." So we're driving. We get to Ripplebrook. Now let's go back to Google Maps. I should show you where the stuff is. That's Ripplebrook right there. Terrain. Terrain. Come on, the VPN is lagging now. Terrain. There we go. And this is the same 224 highway where the stupid Riverside fire was later. But you turn off right here, you go down this, and Bagby is right here. Right up in here. So the main 224 highway ends right there. So we had just gotten back to the main highway, and this is a scary rockfall kind of an area. In fact, put the gold man there. Not exactly right here. But you see these cliffs and stuff. There's scary rockfall areas where just routinely there's just rocks on the road. What makes wildfires so bad in here is the rockfall area, which for some reason I can't really find here. Google car needs to come back. We got right to Ripplebrook, which is a store. That's it. And it was damaged by the fire. It's like a log cabin ranger station store thing. And there's no gas. It's not open 24 hours. So, like, if you are starving and you get here after hours, you're screwed. There's nowhere in this general area to get any food. I'm glad this building in general survived, though. I don't know how. But back here, is a campground. If you take this road right here, so my car came along here, blah, 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 and running out of the campground, right in front of my headlights, the largest bear imaginable, maximum black bear size, ran straight out of this Ripplebrook Road, which goes up to the campgrounds. And so you know a bear that gets this large because it's been eaten out of cabins, out of trashes, been eating human food and lots of it. It was so huge. Top of my SUV, right? Its shoulder was a little bit higher than the top of my SUV. Now I'm 5'2" ish, 5'3". It's at the shoulder. It was taller than myself. All I see just darting out in front of the car is this giant wall of black and like a sort of a tan under the chin sort of a area. But it was a blur. It was a lumbering washing machine, like a Clydesdale horse at a gallop, just ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum in front of the car, moving at a very fast speed, but with that lumbering up, down thing. Because bears have longer front legs than back legs. So they don't run with an elegance, they just they bound somewhere. I slammed the brakes so hard we went skidding to a halt sideways and almost side swiped the bear's ass. I can't tell you how huge this was. Just like a giant round black ball. And it went crashing into the woods like the Kool-Aid man goes into the forest, like obliterating plant life to make its own tunnel through the dense brush, right? So this wakes him up and he goes, what? I so wish I had a dash cam back then. My jaw was just open and I was just panting. Like, oh my God, that was the biggest bear I've ever seen in my life. Bigger than zoo bears. Maximum sized. We're talking record-breaking trophy stuff if a hunter got it, right? So I didn't tell this story because I didn't want somebody else, running out and looking for it. This is, I mean, hunting is allowed in the areas, and that's what keeps people safe, keeps fear of man in these bears. But I figured I'd just tell the story later. And a lot of people may not believe it, but it's just thing was gigantic. And so I've only seen bears twice alive in the wild, and it was that same dang night. And so the boyfriend comes to and he goes, "Whoa, was that a bear?" I go, "Yeah." Because I just saw my life flash before my eyes. If I had struck that thing, we'd just be dead. It'd be like hitting a moose, They'd have a weird story to tell, and we'd be like some Facebook meme photo on like a dark website somewhere. Like there would be a bear through the windshield and taking up most of the car, where people should be. I'm like so happy to be alive at this point, and I drove really pretty slowly the rest of the way home. And the near collision with the bear cub at the start of the journey is what made me drive a bit slower than normal, and that's what saved us from the giant, for not colliding with the giant bear. It had to have been a male. Like I just can't imagine a female getting this big. And I've even looked for maximum sizes of black bears just to get, like, it's usually hunters posing with their trophies and stuff. And yeah, it basically was a maximum size one can get. So what happened several years later, though, is this massive Riverside fire, though. So God knows what happened to the bear. If it had been bagged by a hunter, that would have been news. That would have been super news. Like that would have been record-breaking stuff. Like maybe a state record. So I just casually kept looking for, did anybody, get this thing? And nobody ever did. That would have been huge news. But who knows if it survived the wildfire? That's the sad thing about this stuff. I think the Riverside fire, my original speculation was since it broke out in the middle of nowhere 2020 on Labor Day weekend, Red Monday, there was probably a campfire somebody left and didn't extinguish with water. A whole bunch of different fires were ignited because the wind picked up. Crazy winds, the 75 plus mile an hour winds. When that morning, most people had left because they had work the next day. So they had just left those when the wind was calm in the morning. They didn't realize that they needed to extinguish with water. And I think later they determined that that's how the Riverside fire started over here and threatened Estacada and just ripped through this entire landscape. Like most of this, we go back to Cal Topo. Most of that's just gone. You got a fire history. See how gigantic that is? It's like there's Estacada, and it's spotted 15 miles ahead of itself. When the fire was way back here, Estacada was getting embers landing on it and starting spot fires right over here. So we did a measuring stick tool, and it was 15 miles away. As the crow flies, that's the nature of the wind tunnel here. Mark Scheinfeld, hey Mark, how you doing? Even though California flag has a grizzly bear on it, they became extinct in the 30s-ish. Yeah. Well, it was a black bear for sure, but just massive. It took steroids, massive. Like, sorry, you said the 1830s. There's still some around the Civil War time. They kept some in zoos. Now I got super excited when I went to Placerville. I wanted to live stream being in Placerville, but I was sick as a dog, like throwing up sick. When Sea Probe took me in an airplane to fly over the Caldor burn scar. And 2 days being there, I couldn't even get out of bed. So we were trying very hard to find something that would soothe my nausea. And I walked down the street, Placerville, and there's a golden bear, ancient Victorian era style taxidermy. And I'm like, either that's a cinnamon bear, like a mutant color phase black bear, because sometimes they are golden to light brown to cinnamon colored. So it's a mutation. I thought maybe that's a California grizzly bear. In fact, maybe I could show you this picture. Let me see if I can find it. The Placerville folder. I never even went and showed you guys my photos that I took. Which I've meant to. Like, hey, I'm back from California. Here's my photos. I never even had the time. Because when I came back, my kidneys went into their failure mode, and I barely remember winter. So let me see. I'm looking at my files. Yeah, found it. Let me change the window. That you guys could see it. Wow, do I have to make a new scene? Hang on a second. Window capture. Running on display. How are you, by the way, Mark? Window capture. Add source. A new source. I'm just gonna say photo. That is a new source. choose Microsoft Photos. No, that's not the right one. Photos are execute on. Nope. Been a failure on the internets. Now it's showing Microsoft Photos. Oh, whatever. Okay. I'm just going to full screen this. Cheat. And go to 4K monitor capture mode. There we go. Alright. So, this store wasn't open when I went by, but Placerville's Main Street, and you can see the reflection of the building behind me in some car. I walked by this, and this is in the window. I went, what? And I was trying very hard to look at the claws and stuff. Like, what? It's such kind of a poor taxidermy example. As like, is this a real taxidermy and half restored California grizzly bear? Like a youngster? Or is it a blonde black bear? Right? Because of the facial distortion, because it's old taxidermy, they didn't do very well. You could see the seam right here starting to split because of the age of the taxidermy. That's where the the sewing goes up in the center here. What they did back then is they just sort of tried stuffing, which is take a skin and then try to stuff it, and that's why old taxidermy looks like crap. Today they would take a mold, which is like got muscle tissue and a skull and everything, and then they slip the skin over the top of a mold so it looks perfectly like what an animal is. But back then they tried to do their best with like putting sticks and rods and stuff to make sculpture that way, and stuff cotton and things that were soft in there that bugs eventually eat, and you get things that flatten out. It just doesn't make for realistic taxidermy, right? It was so hard to put my camera up against here and try to get a non-reflection photo. You see how the face is distorted and they just have kind of a generic tooth thing and fake tongue thing. I was like, let me see those claws. Because grizzly bears have giant grizzly claws, and you could see the damage. These claws fell out of the left paw. And probably moth-eaten. Carpet beetles too. Probably quite a lot of ultraviolet light damage. So it's one of the rarest things on Earth now to have an extinct California grizzly bear taxidermy, but they are out there. So is this a reproduction? It's a blonde phase black bear? What the hell is this? If the store is open, I'm sure they would have told me. It's probably a blonde phase black bear, but you just never know. I tried to get on the internet and try to figure out, well, where are the examples of the last tissue examples of black bears? Of the California grizzly bears. Like, where are they located? Which natural history museums still have them? So let me, I'll leave that up for a second. I'm gonna go and put my fish away here because it's getting too one sec. Read the chat. Where? My windows hang. Kay says, I'm going to go for now. I'll check with you tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to bed too, guys. I'm going to wrap this up. But what do you guys think about the bear? Mark, what did you think about that? And I can tell you why the California grizzly bear went extinct. Grizzly bears are different. They are different than Black bears. Black bears will live with people. They'll edge away from our inhabitations. They'll go back to the woods. They'll visit our areas for a while, but in general, avoid us. If we expand, they retreat a little bit into their territory. Now, grizzly bears, no such luck. They're like, hey, I live here. You moved in? That's fine. I'm going to eat your children. Oh, you have a horse? You don't any longer. I just ate it out of your barn. I just attacked it. I just ripped its face off. You're pointing at a gun at me? I don't care. I'm going to charge you and kill you too. Like, they don't like their territory being invaded. They get cranky and they just attack people, especially the females with the cubs. They're really not nice creatures. They get irritated. I mean, they can be nice, like Bart the bear and these raised by humans cubs, and they animal actors and stuff, but they generally have a short fuse. As after a while, when they get frustrated, they'll just start to bite your head off, and they don't know their own power. And once they get a taste for, like, say, killing horses or killing cattle, they stop regular hunting and they just go killing horses and cattle. They're like, this is easier to do. Oh, I just found food in a cabin. Okay, so the rest of my life, I'm just going to break into cabins every day and raid the food. So you really can't live with them. You just got to give them a really big, expansive, huge territory where generally people can't live. But they still attack people all the time. We'll get in their territory and hike there, like in Yellowstone. So, the Spanish who were there and trying to set up, like, horse herds that they could just leave out in the California valleys to breed, just establish horses and their cattle and stuff. The bears were just eating them all. They were like monsters. I don't know how they could have been saved. You would have had to rope off huge regions of California for grizzly bear territory only. Hunt to keep their numbers down. So if they expanded their territory and encroached on human territory, you would have just had people eaten. They sort of get fear of man, but not really. Sometimes they will just ignore even gunshots and stuff. Black bears are just, I don't know if it's their size, but they're just more wary and more cautious and trainable, right? They have a different attitude, I should say that. They get it. Like, if they're hazed and chased away from an area, they get it. Like, they still might violate and come back and still raid some cabins and stuff, but they get that they're not supposed to. They understand what we're trying to tell them, right? And grizzly bears are just dumb, aggressive, angry beasts. In comparison to a black bear. I'm not dissing grizzly bears in general, but in comparison to a black bear. They're like, I'm big, I'm dangerous, and I get what I want in life by letting everybody know that. Where black bear has enemies, and wolves deal with grizzly bears bigger than them. Start using their brain to survive. So I think they could have been saved on a preserve, but it's a tragedy we lost them. But there never would have been an easy solution for the amount of population that California got. Haha, eat up then rest well. Yep. ZZZ, the grizzly was so aggressive. Yep. Yeah, thanks for being here, Kay. Enjoyed talking to you too. Hey, Nick, how are you doing? Are you getting smoke in your area from that fire at the coast? It's headed inland. Beach surfing Smokey the Bear, yeah. And Smokey the Bear was a black bear. I mean, the real one. I will say something though. There's something you have to know about black bears. You do not play dead when they attack. Black bears attacks are pretty rare on people, but when they attack you, it's because they're trying to kill you and eat you. The whole defending the cubs thing, play dead, that's grizzly bear females when you have surprised them. You neutralize yourself as a threat. She goes along her merry way, you hope, with her cubs. A black bear that has attacked a human is doing it for predation. I want to try human flesh. That's its thought process. The females just run away with their cubs. So if a female has cubs and you lay down in front of a black bear and she's attacking you, she's just training her cubs how to eat you. That's the huge major difference. With a black bear attack, you fight for your life. Can't get away, try to fight for your life. Unfortunately, too many people lay down in front of black bears and they just get eaten. So Major says, I'm afraid of grizzlies being introduced. You hear her talk about it, hope it's not true. Yeah, they can't live with us. They have to live in a completely separate from us in their own space. And if we go into their space, we have to accept the reality that we might get eaten or attacked. You know, that's nature for you. That's the apex predators that we go into their territory. We have to take precautions, try to protect ourselves and get educated. But it's quite a scary idea that they'll just expand their territories and just start moving into ours. That's not something that will work. So if people think, oh, it's just great to reintroduce everything that got extirpated, on paper, but you never want to set up a scenario where you introduce a predator and humans start dying again for whatever reason. The backlash against that will be so great that you'll never really convince people again to go along with what you say. If you want to rewild a place, you got to do it so carefully. You got to listen to people and reassure them that if the predator reintroduced messes up with their lives, that they'll be compensated and fairly, and that they'll be safe still. And failing to consult with the people that would be living closest by them has been the biggest failure of environmental group efforts. The animals just have a right to be there no matter what, and so deal with it. That's not the way that you can reassure anybody. That just scares the hell out of them. What do you mean deal with it? Oh, you go hiking every once in a while, but I live here. And my kids are at the bus stop. What do you mean deal with it? That there's a grizzly bear nearby. Deal with it. How would you like a grizzly bear at your kid's bus stop in the middle of your city? And I just said deal with it. You know, it's not something that's going to work. So in certain places, I think reintroducing grizzlies will work, but not California. Besides, the California was a different subspecies. People forget that the local wolves, like that were in California and in Oregon and in Washington, they were different subspecies. They had different temperament than the stuff in Canada. So just because they're technically the same overall species doesn't mean that they would be equipped to survive California, or that they'd be the right size, the right temperament, or whatever. It's like the lynx that got eliminated from the Rocky Mountains. Well, they just took Canada lynx from Canada and dumped them in the Rocky Mountains and said, all right, survive in Colorado. And none of them did. They either died immediately or they made their way back to Canada and they walked thousands of miles back to Canada. Yeah, we gotta carefully consider this stuff. But anyway, it's time to check on the last wildfires. Check and see if there's anything new. And I've got to save my strength for tomorrow. I made a decision around midnight to cover these fires and stay home tomorrow. I mean, I guess I could. Seapro's going to call me and say, are we going flying tomorrow? I'm going to say no, because A, we've still got red flag and bad stuff, and B, I stayed up tonight till 4 in the morning. I don't think I'm going to have a good time, but it's more important, to cover fires, especially on a day where I wasn't available because I was on the road, and get a good assessment and then be available tomorrow in case, the red flag conditions, which are still in force over here, pop up anything worse. I still don't have a laptop. I'm hoping to fundraise and get one. So everybody who has donated to the PayPal link, thank you so much. The super chat, super stickers, super appreciated. So the closer we can get to me getting a laptop, the more I can feel like I can go places and cover this stuff on the fly. So Cheryl says a calf walked up to a trucker somewhere in rural Canada and waited, a moose calf, and waited till a grizzly walked away. Then the trucker lost his job to the policy. What? Was this recent? A calf walked up to a trucker in rural Canada and waited till a grizzly walked away, and then the trucker lost his job. What the? Well, there have been crazy grizzly attacks. I remember that I was in Cornucopia, Oregon, at ghost towning, because that's a famous gold mining ghost town. Not paranormal, just history. And while I was there, I was inquiring about the black bears and asked if they were hunted, if they had fear of man, or if I should, go armed or go with an escort. It's just going to be me and my mom walking around, like poking around old collapsed cabins and stuff. And so if you're in an area where the black bears are hunted, you're almost guaranteed to be safe. They just have fear of man. They smell a human there, they run before you ever see them. If you're in a place like Tahoe where hunting is not allowed, man, you've got everything to fear. They'll even get in your car if you don't lock it. Like, they know how to open a car door. So that day they said, yeah, the black bears are hunted. Don't expect a problem, but still, going armed is just not a bad idea in the woods. So I went, oh, okay. Well, the next day at breakfast, everybody was gathered around the breakfast table and excitedly chattering. And they said, you know that how you asked us about the bear yesterday? And I went, yeah. I said, well, it was either Minnesota on the border with Canada or it was in Canada. And a guy returns to his cabin and finds in progress a grizzly bear is eating his wife and his baby out of the lady's arms, out of the mother's arms. Came home to that. And that was just totally chilling. I think he then killed it when it turned and attacked him. So you can't just do this without a lot of careful thought. Grizzly bears are totally different than black bears, and this stuff still happens. That was, I want to say, 2018, but it was all over the news, and people can verify that. There's even a YouTube channel called Scary Bear Attacks, and I think I was looking up on YouTube, trying to remember that the details of that to see what had happened, and I can't watch that channel anymore. Like, it's too much. I like to watch horror movies because I know they're not real, but a little bit too that's an overdose of reality horror, Oh, Cheryl says he lost his job because he helped save the calf. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Cheryl says they have rangers that move the bears deeper in the forest. Yeah, that, I mean, bears can just walk back to where they lived before. That's the problem with that. Um, there are 400 fires, and they do wander away from fires too. They gotta go somewhere. Yeah, that was one of the problems with Tahoe is the Caldor fire drove them all towards Tahoe, and so when everybody evacuated, bears started breaking in left and right out of desperation. They had a gigantic one that was like super fat, but that's a example of a man-made fire pushing wildlife to extremes. And what you gonna do? They needed to survive, right? Um, yeah, I don't know that I really want to hike in Yellowstone. I would just look like a little snack. Now we had a problem with a man-eating or man-attacking would-be man-eater cougar, I should say, where we used to live in Yuba County, up in the hills, and it attacked all kinds of livestock, and it started walking and stalking hunters. It was following around armed men, like it was. There's something wrong with its jaws or teeth, I think it was, and so it became a livestock killer, and it just started walking around stalking people. Um, so after it killed a bunch of my neighbors' horses and emus and donkeys, they put out a hunt for it. But that was a scary time. Cheryl says somebody found a bear in a camper that was left deserted. It went inside of a camper. Oh God. You mean like they found the bear alive, or it locked itself in? Because you'd think it'd be able to break out. Are you talking about Tahoe, or because there was a serial break-in artist bear? There's a bunch of funny, to make this light again. Look up. There's a movie with John Candy called The Great Outdoors. One of his great movies. Dan Aykroyd's in it, and that's the one where Dan Aykroyd was the yuppie going camping, and John Candy wanted his kids to have a rustic cabin experience. But it's based off Tahoe. Maybe it was even filmed near there. And the legend of the bald-headed bear was hilarious. That's the one where Dan Aykroyd puts something like steak and lobster on the barbecue at their it's supposed to be rural campsite, right? And and John Candy says, "Well, I've got regular, real people food, working class food." Puts a bunch of hot dogs on the grill. Dan Aykroyd looks at him. He goes, "Hot dogs? You feed your kids hot dogs? Hot dogs are made of lips and beep holes." Oh, it's just great. But there's a scene where these tourists they go to feed the bears out of their cars, and this used to happen at Tahoe like in the 70s and early 80s before they put the kibosh on it for a good reason. Like it should not happen. And so the black bears they start throwing stuff out the window at him at like this trash dump or something, and like all the other tourists are doing. But the bears come over to John Candy's car and they climb all over it, and then they just start trashing it. He's like, "Hey!" They start ripping the windshield wipers off. One of them climbs on the top of his car and does the bear thing where they start pushing and just denting the car, just crushing the roof in. He's like, "Hey, stop!" And he can't get him off the car, so he just gets in a panic and reverses. He drives his car away with 3 bears on the top of it. Oh man, I wish I could do a host of like, let's all watch the great outdoors together. Yeah, back in the day, there still is Smokey the Bear. He's doesn't say only you can prevent forest fires now, but says only you can prevent wildfire. They did some really funny commercials on the radio pretty recently. But Cheryl says, "Oh, the bear was dead. Oh, that's sad." garbage attracts them too. So either got stuck or something in the camper, but he was found dead. Oh, that sucks. You'd think a bear would be able to break out of like any basic human structure. Maybe it was young or something. My friend's cabin at LaPorte. They said they went to it. Nobody winters over in the Sierras. Very few people. Like most, the Sierras are abandoned because the winters are so dang harsh. Just ask the Donner Party. And like last winter, the 23-foot tall snow. Nobody in their right mind winters over in the Sierras, except diehards and retirees and stuff. Well, they opened up their cabin again in the spring, and they found that a bear had broken in. And so he locked himself in their cabin and tried desperately to get out. So he had a good time first. So he barges in through the front door, and it shuts behind him. So he rummages around, he opens their fridge, eats stuff like peanut butter out of their pantry and stuff, and the peanuts and sacks that they had to feed squirrels and whatever, and ate a bunch of the oats that they had to feed deer, and the bird feeders stuff. So this was the late 80s, early 90s or something. They kept telling me this story. And finally, it drank the toilet dry. Ripped the top of the toilet off, drank it dry. Didn't have anything else to drink, and they think it was in there maybe a couple of days, and it may have just kind of curled up and slept one day, but then it realized it was thirsty and getting desperate. So it goes back into their fridge or somewhere and drank all of their beer. And you'd think a bear would bite the beer can and crunch them up and drink it, right? Oh no, he carefully, with his little bear claws, opened the beer from the top. I don't know how it knew, but it knew. And sometimes the entire top was off the can, they said, but not more often than not. Like, he opened it. And he got super drunk, apparently. And he walked through a bunch of flour and got into their honey. No joke. Got into their honey, and they had a bottle of ketchup. Walked through all this stuff, some mustard, and then he tried to get out through the windows. So the storm shutters, the snow shutters were on the windows, so you can't see out of them. But he went up and he put his paws and left ketchup red and like mustard yellow with dusty white flour, bear paw prints all over the windows. And so he finally found the back door and just pushed his way out through it. And they thought when they first saw the back door that they had a break in from like a human, but they soon found that the bear just trashed the place. But I said, wait a second. So a drunk bear trashed your cabin? I'm like, yeah. That was a hard cleanup. So Cheryl says, yeah, we had a fox. The story is on Abandoned and Left Behind, Off-Grid. Dream Home Dust and Adventures talks about fires and the caribou. What is the caribou? Is that like a forest? Like the caribou forest or something? Yeah. Alright guys, 4 in the morning. Let's hope that the fires aren't bad today. I'm going to sleep until noonish, at least. So maybe I'll check in around 4 p.m. or so. I don't think I'm going to go flying. It's kind of sad, but with this kind of weather, I don't think I should be somewhere else. I think I should be ready to cover fires. I'll check in tomorrow. And hopefully C-Probe can rent the plane on a better day. The fact that winds are picking up, I don't know that I want to be dousing myself with Dramamine. I don't know how much I'm going to enjoy this. But I am a little bit sad that fires and having to cover them is it dominated my day instead of just looking forward to like a little vacation tomorrow. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Part of the coast now will have a no-fly zone thing around the wildfires. I kind of thought maybe we could get close somewhat. Of course, not nearby, but close. To get in the distance what's going on by Gold Beach. See if there's an update. I don't think there will be one in the middle of the night. There is an infrared flight for the flat fire here. It's conducted after 10 o'clock. The fire is mapped at 5,477 acres. Shaded red has intense heat. Yellow has scattered heat. Isolated heat signatures are moved for the clearer image. Legend located in upper left corner of the map facing. So they had one of those nighttime recon flights. They mentioned that the Curry County commissioner said that they had a drone, unmanned aerial vehicle, which could be the military type drones, not really the small ones, the military types that really help do night vision type stuff, figure out. I mean, sometimes they do this just by airplanes, but at night we find the true perimeters of this stuff. Look how far away the spotting was. Dang. That's over a ridge, a mountain ridge away. That is long range stuff. Dang. Alright, friends. That's our last update. Sorry I cannot stay awake. All 22 people here, thank you for being here. Let me get the PayPal link if anybody feels even $1 right now helps. And I should have this ready. Don't. Let me go to my own channel. Get it. Go to an about page. Okay. Your donations keep me going. So, where the heck is PayPal link? Come on. It says at Catherine World. Okay. Here we go. Let me put this in the chat. Should have had this there and pinned, but I forget what I'm doing. My mods have to keep me on track. I can't track that in real time, but if anybody has PayPal donated, super grateful. Yeah, the Continental Divide, remember that movie? I've only seen part of that, Major. But isn't that one where a bear chases a guy and he climbs a tree, and then the bear pushes the tree over and he falls into a lake? That was awesome. I also love The Edge. That was a good bear movie with Bart the Bear, the awesome bear actor, and he was the bear in Clan of the Cave Bear. The one with Daryl Hannah as Ayla. Dude. Bart the Bear was a legendary actor. He was a sweet animal. I think Jennifer Aniston met him. He lived for a very long time. A really pampered existence, but he was a very happy Hollywood bear. Is that what you were going to say, Major? The Continental Divide movie? You know, I don't think that was ever released DVD, but it was on like the Disney Channel or something. I barely remember that. They had really good animal shows in the 80s, like Charlie the Lonesome Cougar. Could have been the 70s, 60s. So that one rode the Bruton log flume, which is right where the Tunnel 5 fire was. They saved the Bruton lumber mill, thank goodness. Broughton? I can't remember how to say this. Probably Broughton. Anyway, the last call for any sort of questions. If I continue to get enough donations, then I don't have to go get a real job. And we can continue tracking the fires. So, utmost gratitude to you guys. And if you can't donate, don't sweat it. just share the stream. Just share the link. Text it. Share it on your social media to anybody who you think might benefit from this info. I hate it when people show up a year later or something and be like, "Oh yeah, I lived through that fire, but nobody was there to guide." And I'm like, "I was. You just didn't hear about me yet." And they go, "Oh no." That same thing with C-Probe. Like he didn't know that I was broadcasting in the Bay Area in the 2020s, even though that's where in 2020 that's where he lived. Became the magic of the algorithm meant that he found the channel in 2021. That's how that works. Yeah, you haven't seen it in decades. Yeah, it was on TV. That was hilarious though. Maybe it's on YouTube. I get in trouble showing YouTube clips because then I'll get copyright, whatever. So the Continental Side, the Bears. See, oh yeah, but it's movie clips. You know what they did? When I showed the movie clips channel of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, they put a copyright claim on it, and I said, "Come on, this was just a joke." And they go, "No, we want to put ads on your videos and claim your video." And I said, "Screw you, fine. I'm just gonna edit it out of my video." So I edited it out. So I can't actually show these because these guys, they like super aggressively defend their 5-minute movie clips. Oh God, we're getting the bad side of YouTube. John Belushi was in it. The Continental Divide movie or The Great Outdoors? Great Outdoors had the bald-headed bear thing. That's Dan Aykroyd. See, that's before my time. Everybody goes, "Oh yeah, the great John Belushi," and I'm like, "The who?" He was dead before I was around. So, like, I see old movies and stuff, but he doesn't have like a tender place in my heart. I mean, I know he was a good, awesome, influential star, but it's one of those. Okay, um, okay, guys, it's time to go to bed. Whenever I try to go to bed, like something new happens, so I just gotta like hurry off and go to bed. So good night, friends. Thank you for being here. See you tomorrow, and good night.